And boy, howdy, I could rake in the cash doing this shit. Every single broadcast, I would have 700 trillion people tuning in. And, or you're playing the PS3 or the Xbox 360 version of Metal Gear Solid V, The Phantom Pain, then you won't be getting these daily bonuses and stuff like that that I just keep getting. And also later they're going to, I can't remember what the hell they're called. They're like mission tasks, not mission tasks. It's something or the other. And whenever you accomplish these little goals, they start giving you a bunch of extra gobbledygook. Whenever the game first came out, they didn't exist. And then later on, they decided to update it. And man, it was wonderful. It allowed you to, like, get 50,000 gross military product. 50,000 GMP, the game's currency, for, like, getting in a box and sliding for a very long distance. And that kind of shit is super important. Knowing that Diamond Dogs has filled their coffer with, because I slid for a long time in a box, that frankly, that makes me incredibly happy. That's what life is all about, man. That is what life is all about. I don't know if you noticed, but I purposely avoided taking out the communications equipment for this mission. Because if you take out the communications equipment for this mission, or rather not this mission, but the Eastern Communications Post, and then you try to start this mission, you can't start this mission. It'll just, you'll start this mission, Ocelot and Miller will argue about the fact that you've already done everything, and then it'll end, and you won't get a rating at all. You'll get the gross military product associated with beating the mission, but you won't get a ranking or anything like that. Goodness, I can have my horse poop. I forgot that that's something I can do. But will it stop a truck? I know it'll stop a four-wheel drive, but will it stop a truck? That's it. That's all she wrote.
Where are your friends?
I went and I donated plasma today, but man, I didn't do shit else. I'll tell you that much for free.
Subject on board.
By the time I got done, like, donating my plasma and whatnot... Oh, hell yeah. By the time I got done donating my plasma, like, I was fucking hungry. And how the hell have I not taken this outpost? I thought I did everything. That's weird.
Spit it out. Where are your friends?
You gotta extract him.
But I was hungry as hell, and so I stopped by Wally World on the way home, convinced myself not to get any fast food or anything, but I got like a couple things from Wally World. The whole time I was donating plasma, my fucking laptop was updating. And so I was just sitting there with my cell phone in my hand. By the way, the two guards that we're about to see, they are scripted to be here. I have taken days in this mission, and they are always scripted to be here for some reason. off the road, like checking out the hill over here. I have no idea why they're programmed that way. It's so strange. They don't talk about anything, especially not anything important. Literally, there was one run through this mission where I went all the way up to Walla Calais, and then like went through this whole rigmarole, and then came back, and like days had passed, and then I found them in this exact same spot.
Where are the others?
So they're fucking hard-coded to be here. It's so strange. Like, why?
Where are your friends?
Why did you code them to do that? Why would you do that?
Leave the rest to us.
I don't understand.
You made it. That radio transmitter is used to relay messages between outposts.
Okay.
Take it out.
There
and the
should be
mission's
some
complete.
guy checking up on them.
Explosives should take care of them well enough. How you do it is up to you.
Or am I too late? Whatever. More headshots, more points. More interrogations, more points, I think. There's the guy. I'm too early. And a tactical takedown. Damn, son. We're cooking with gas. I know he's making a lot of noise, but the guards can only hear that maniacal screaming.
You gotta extract him.
Hysterical, that's a much better word. The guards can only hear that hysterical screaming if they are 60 meters away or less. This guy on the right, okay, this guy on the right did hear it. However, he's decided to not do anything about it, which is a strange decision, but they did send these two goof troops. There we go.
So your suppressor is worn out. That gun will be as loud as any other now. If you have to shoot,
Why did he
be
decide? He heard it. You saw his little indicator blinking. You heard that shit. He just decided, like, yeah, I'm not gonna check on that screaming. People scream all the time out here.
Where are your friends?
My fellow Russian soldiers sometimes just start screaming about a bunch of bullshit. That sounds like the sweet sounds of Nunya to me.
He's coming too. Roger that.
How did that fucking... There we go. Yeah, they're probably gonna hunker down and come two at a time.
You gotta extract him.
There we go. There's one boy. Bingo! Wow. Make my job too easy, boys.
Where are the others?
So by the time I got done at the Plasma Donation Center, like, it was,
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
like, it was,
Where are your friends?
I was starving for some reason. Like, I got up this morning, I checked out the slow cooker, and my beep and bop was done, it was ready,
He's coming too.
and it was fucking soupy again.
Where are the
But I suffered through it, and then I fucking spilled it all over the fucking place.
Spit it out.
So that's an entire serving of beef and bop that not only am I going to have to throw away, but also I'm going to have to,
You gotta extract him.
Here's mission task 1, BT dubs. Uno.
That antenna is one of the targets. There should be more.
Dos.
That's another one of the targets. Do you see any more?
Trace. That's
That
mission
looks like
task
the
1.
target. We know where all the antennas are now. Take out all 3 of them. How you do it is your call.
Sometimes this mission
We
will
have the
allow you
locations of all the targets.
to
Destroy either the radio transmitter or all the antennas to shut down communications between
will
the
allow
enemy
you to
outposts.
destroy the
It's all up to you,
antenna
boss.
and destroy the thing inside, which are 2 entirely different mission tasks. But sometimes it'll only count one or the other, whichever one you destroy first. And it's kind of a pain in the ass. But destroying that's one mission task. Destroying the other is the other mission task. We just identified all 3. That's the 3rd mission task. The 4th mission task is rescuing these 2 goobers that I'm about to get. And finally, the last mission task is to grab one of the containers, which I cannot do, not with my current technology. But this guy has spotted me. Soft spotted me.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
In order to box teleport, they cannot be in any phase other than normal. They cannot be in alert phase, they cannot be in like fucking curious phase, they couldn't have soft spotted you.
He's coming too.
They couldn't be mildly alarmed. They have to be in like normal phase. In the daytime, there's some guy over here. And he makes it really hard to rescue this guy.
Okay, subject is in.
Alrighty. Let's try to get as many as we can in one go. Try to get that S rank all tasks. How about them apples? Alright. You don't just get rewarded for doing the mission tasks. Also, like those 2 prisoners that I just rescued, they have their own unique skill set. They're important. They unlock things in the game.
Good. That's the first one. Good work. You've completed your objective. Now get out of the hot zone.
Now hopefully it'll let me also get this mission task. And no, it's not going to let me do that. However, I've forgotten about another mission task, which is up and around. And it's to get the diamond. Doge 1, Doge 2. Next we get that diamond. We'll be out of here. Come on. There's the diamond. Alright. Let's get the heck out of here.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
See this giant Connex box right here? They want me to pick that one up, or the one over there. And that's one of the mission tasks.
This is B-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. We'll Stand by. Gaining altitude.
Fuck this place.
Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only.
That's right.
Our army is growing like crazy thanks to you, boss. In fact, it's getting downright crowded around here.
No, it's
to bring
not.
a greater number of people on board, we'll need to expand our facilities. To that end, I've created a base development unit. It has two roles, material refinement and platform construction. I'll start with the material refinement part. The base development unit procures material resources on a regular basis according to its level. The materials are stored in containers and placed on the deck of Mother Base. Once they're finished being processed, they can finally be put to use. By using these materials to build new platforms, we'll be able to add a greater number of staff to our ranks. We don't need any specific instructions from you to refine the materials, but I want you to be the one to decide how we construct platforms. Once we have sufficient GMP and the required material resources, you can issue construction orders from your iDroid.
They're gonna bring up Mission 6, where the bees sleep. They're gonna say it's available to go now. So yeah, I stopped by Wally World on the way home, and I got refills on vegetables and rice, but I also wanted something to eat right then and there, so got like some bread and some cookies. I ate most of that crap on the way home. There it is, challenge task. Well, that's what they're called.
Boss, we've received a back-channel request from Langley. We're to find a piece of new American military hardware that's gone missing in the mountains of Afghanistan. It's a difficult mission, but I'd say you're back in top 4 by now. Check your iDroid for the details.
Hell yeah. Okay, so these are all where did the bees sleep, and the acceptance cutoff date is the 9th, so we've got quite some time. I don't really have to hurry. But we do have to get rid of all these people for their own good, so that they can stay safe. What you doing, little kitty cat? Found a rat in the other room, huh? I'm so proud of my kitty. I'm so proud of my deadly hunter. Yes, I am. I had no idea there was a rat in there. But you found it. You found it, didn't you, Key? Still, delicious all the same. Highly recommend, if you have the time, eat as many rats as you can. I'm kidding, don't do that. That would be bad. But, no. There's so many things that I'm curious about that this run will answer. It'll answer those questions, and that's very important to me. So, things like, so you check it out, because I got 100% bond level with D-Horse, I can now change his colors. Which, if you've never, like, had, like, a pet cat or something and then dyed it a completely different color, then, like, what are you doing with your life, you know? I'm just kidding, don't do that. Give D-Horse little booties. Little booties. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Have not increased in sign-offs. Nope. And let's do it again so I can get that transmitter. So I'll destroy the transmitter this time instead of the other thing. But yeah, today whenever I was plugged in and giving plasma, donating plasma, my laptop was updating the entire time. And so I just ended up like spending most of the time asking Chat GPT a bunch of questions. And that was all because, you know, people have told me that's a fairly decent search engine.
Boss,
it's not that helpful. Like, having information that's 4 years old is a real stickler. It did tell me a couple things. Here's something that's super duper important. It's a question that I've had rattling around in my head for years now, following a physics class. There's a thing where scientists will take a vacuum chamber and reduce the pressure inside the vacuum chamber, and if there's water inside the vacuum chamber, then eventually the water will turn into ice. Now, why would it turn into ice whenever you're reducing the pressure, not the temperature? It's because it enforces a state change. Now, I don't know whether or not that ice is now cold. I have no idea. But I do know that you've made ice without lowering the temperature. So I do consider that part fairly important. There we go. I think these guys are not really alert, but they're awake, up and about, trying to figure things out. Suspicious.
He's coming too.
And I could be going loud, but I think you get extra rewards whenever you, like, you get S ranks and shit like that. Heroism rewards, more money, stuff like that. I'm not sure, though.
Spit it out. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Yeah, I'll perform to the best of my ability anyways. Even though that's not really what I'm here for. So, like I said, the relationship between pressure and temperature is directly proportional. And so, whenever you lower the temperature of something, the pressure also drops. And then whenever you raise the temperature, the pressure is also raised. This is known as Boyle's law, or Charles' law, or Gay-Lussac's law. One of those three, or possibly a fourth one that I'm currently forgetting. But once I learned that law, I looked up the vacuum chamber experiments involving ice, involving, you know, freezing water at room temperature.
Where are your friends?
And so I looked up those laws, or I looked up those experiments, saw somebody take and make ice at room temperature, and once I saw that, I immediately had the question. There are manually powered vacuum chambers. Most vacuum chambers are powered by electricity, but some vacuum chambers can be powered manually. So, like, you know, whenever you go to the doctor or some shit and they go ahead and put like a blood pressure cuff on your arm, and then they pump that little hand pump thing, and that makes the blood pressure cuff on your arm like tightened up around your arm, that sort of thing. You can do the same thing essentially with the same equipment essentially, but in reverse. And instead of increasing the pressure, you can decrease the pressure with a vacuum chamber. And there's stuff like it that is built in order to, like, take air out of containers to vacuum seal things. There's like a bunch of different stuff for this purpose. So theoretically you could do the same thing with like a hand pump and stuff like that. But the one thing that I could never get an answer for was very simply, if
So your suppressor is worn out.
the question that I had was, can you use a vacuum chamber to freeze water at room temperature by using a manual vacuum chamber, not an electric one? Because if you can, then that means that, wow, that was not hard.
Subject on board.
If you can do that, if you can in fact freeze water at room temperature with a manual vacuum chamber, then that means that you can create ice without electricity. It's very tough to create electricity. It is.
Roger that.
People ask stupid questions. They'll be like, okay, I've been to, like, for example, the St. Louis Science Center. And the St. Louis Science Center has an exhibit where you can go in there and you can produce electricity. You can make a light bulb light up by, like, turning a wheel or a knob or something like that
Leave the rest to us.
and producing electricity. So they ask a question like, okay, if you can manually make electricity like that, then why can't you take like an exercise, 3 extra Sims in your household doing nothing but like pedaling on the on your electricity making stationary bike all the flippin' time? And even though a famous tactic for success at the Thames is to have one painting goblin that does nothing but sits in a room by himself and paints all the time and sells the paint for the rest of the family to profit off of, even though that is the case, in real life, with non-Sims, these humans who wish to pay Dracula tribute,
Where are your friends?
these non-Sims, these humans, it gets a bit more complicated. So,
He's coming too.
producing electricity in order to power something like a refrigerator is very, very difficult. You might think that a root cellar is just as good. It is not. The temperature of
You gotta extract him.
the Earth. Somebody, son of a bitch! I'm gonna have to take over this town too. It doesn't matter. It's not gonna take you that long. Because now he's raised suspicion, and everybody's in alert status. What a pain in the ass.
Okay.
I need to get to mark that guy. So, the temperature of the Earth is a constant, like, 50 degrees Fahrenheit, I think.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Which is fantastic. It begs the question, why don't people just, like, dig a hole and then live in a hole? Like, why don't people just do that much more often? Because you know what's easier to do? It's easier to take 50 degrees Fahrenheit and turn it into a comfortable, I don't know, 80 degrees Fahrenheit. It's easier to raise the temperature, you know, 30 degrees rather than take the temperature from 0 degrees Fahrenheit and freezing temperatures all the way up to 80 degrees Fahrenheit. That's much, much harder to do. So the fact that people don't just kind of like dig a hole and live in it,
Roger that.
the fact that doesn't happen very often is strange to me. You would think that that would be much, much easier, much less expensive, like for everybody involved, much less resource intensive than like building a traditional stick frame house and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't get it. There's like humongous factories that make the 2x4s and the plywood and the, you know, screws and screw guns and all these people in the construction industry, and then they still, you know, have to whip out like an entire excavator. It's like, if an excavator is all you need, man, just go for it. I don't know. Either way, like, our ancestors had that shit figured out a long time ago because they were cavemen. And whenever you're a caveman and you live in a cave, you're living below the frost line, almost by default. And
Extract him.
below the frost line, the Earth maintains a constant temperature of roughly 50 degrees or something. But while that does preserve food a little bit, the recommended temperature range for food preservation is somewhere around like 40 degrees or maybe even 30 degrees. And so you have to take that's the reason why, like, that's the reason why, like, artificial refrigeration has been such a boon for, you know, the societies across the planet. Like, food lasts maximally a maximal length of time within that temperature range. And while there's mild damage that occurs to most foods whenever you freeze them, it's still, like, you know, it'll last damn near forever if you freeze the damn thing. It's really cool. But that leaves you with that thing, like, It's like, I know that you don't want to,
Subject on board.
you don't want to, dig a hole and live in it. And it's going to be much easier to dig a hole and live in it than it is to have your average entire house start to finish. And have to take something from over 100 degrees outside in the summer all the way down to 40-ish degrees. And it's going to be more energy intensive and everything of the sort. Or vice versa, you know, taking something from freezing temperatures outside to the point where it's fully cooked and then cooled down enough for human consumption. All these different things, these massive changes in temperature, this delta T and the MC delta T equation. I forgot what all that is. Something. M stands for something. Delta T. Delta is change. T is temperature. I think C is the constant. It's like a temperature constant. I forget what the hell M is. Anyways, but with all those separate moving pieces, you know, it's difficult to just to do these massive temperature changes, but it's necessary if you want the maximal food preservation. And I don't know what force of nature decided that food is going to last longest if you keep it in that 40 degree or 30 degree temperature range, since it never gets there anywhere naturally on any part of planet Earth. But whatever, we don't figure out the reasons why, we just, you know, we just observe and report, right? Oh, the stupid diamond again.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Not only does the diamond equal money, but also the diamond.
This is B-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
The diamond equals points too. Either way, if you can make, that would mean that the ice cubes that you make at room temperature, they have to be cold, right? Because of that law. Because that law in physics, where the lower the pressure, the lower the temperature. So that would mean that the ice cubes that you make in the vacuum chamber at room temperature, they have to also be cold. So yes, this is refrigeration. If you can do that, and you do it in a regular vacuum chamber, you're doing it with electricity. But if you can do that with a manually powered, vacuum chamber, then you can have refrigeration without electricity. And that can solve food preservation problems all the way around the planet. And so I asked ChatGPT that question while I was plugged in at the plasma place waiting for my laptop to update today, and it understood the assignment, and it said that it was indeed possible. Now, it's a fucking language model, so I don't know if it's true that it's possible, and I've certainly never seen anybody do it. But that's a fucking world-saving event, you know what I mean? That's being able to gain world hunger around the planet. A lot of times, the problem with food is not the lack of abundance. People are not starving to death because we simply do not have enough food on the planet to feed everyone. This is not a Malthusian problem. This is a transportation problem. We can't get food to the people that need to eat food. That's the only problem. And you know what is the biggest problem with transportation? Not distance, not the terrain or anything like that. No, the major issue... The major issue, okay. Why can vehicles now be customized? Nothing happened. Anyways, but the major issue is getting that food from hither to thither while keeping it preserved. You can take a bunch of like cabbages or rather like iceberg lettuce heads in the back of a fucking pickup truck and drive it from one end of a barren, desolate country to the next to get it to the people who need it in order to eat it and live and exist. You can do that. That is one of the options that is presented to you as a human being. However, they will likely get baked by the sun before they get to their destination. They will wilt and they will be destroyed before they can get from A to B. And that's the problem. It's like a refrigeration. It's a preservation issue. So having the ability to simply create ice without refrigeration, that's a world-saving thing. It's one of those things. A lot of people, they don't like American college. And I can tell you that American college is actually preferred. From what I found with the science and data and whatnot, companies around the world preferentially desire those... Oh, it's a D-Dog cutscene. D-Dog cutscene 2.
Oh! You see that? And that's discipline. Following orders like a real diamond dog. Soon I'll be... No! Stay! Stay! Did it. Go! No, maybe not yet. But soon. Soon.
So, there's a, whenever it comes to graduating college and then being able to land a job and stuff like that, employers actually treat American college preferentially compared to foreign colleges. Foreign to America, that is. So, if they have two candidates, the vast majority of high-level companies in particular will choose an American college graduate over a foreign college graduate. And there's a couple of, that's just what I picked up from data around the world and everything. And that's really good because remember, on top of everything, they're not picking and choosing different colleges. They don't care essentially how much you paid for that college. So, for example, if you go to University of the People online, considering that that is an American institution, you can graduate the University of People online, which is a tuition-free institution, and you will still be picked preferentially over somebody with an equal degree from a foreign college. So some of the some of the theories that people have is that Americans, not only do they have to pay for college, so they have to fucking conjure that money out of somewhere, and conjuring money is what a company is trying to do whenever it is hiring you. But also, like, Americans have to secure several things that also are not free, so they have to secure housing and all these other things. So theoretically, they're actually more industrious workers. But also, Americans work themselves to death. We are, I think we as a country are we spend longer hours at work than almost anybody else on the planet, especially considering percentage of lifespan. But I don't know, because I've heard conflicting data coming from Japan. Don't take pride in this, by the way. Slaving away for some fat cat to buy his third yacht and his fourth mansion, while you go home accepting pennies just to pick up a second job and a side hustle and sell shit on Etsy and stuff like that. Being proud because of that is falling in love with the system that is exploiting you. Let's make no mistake about this. That is precisely and absolutely what that is. So taking pride because our country has such a great work ethic is dumb. Don't. Do not take pride because of this. That sucks.
Boss.
Anyways.
Soviet engineer is being held prisoner at the Watson barracks. You need to find him and get him out.
So there's a lot of there's a lot of sort of theories about why it seems that companies around the world seem to have preferential treatment for American college or university, but that's besides the point. The simple point is, a lot of people don't like the idea of American college, and I'm going to be completely honest, I didn't fucking like it either. It made no sense to me that while pursuing a associate's degree, you can reasonably be expected to study your major 40% of the time, pretty much maximum. So 40% of the time you're going to be studying nursing if you're trying to get an associate's degree in nursing. 40% of the time. 60% of the time it's going to be a bunch of general education gobbledygook. But that also has a lot of other things. I've talked to some people, some students from other countries, and they said, I don't know how true this is. You know, because I'm in the dark. I've never been to a foreign institution of tertiary learning. Primary school for Americans, that's kindergarten through like 5th grade, and middle school. So
your suppressor is worn out. That gun will be as loud as any other now. If you have to shoot,
if there's anything I can
be careful.
sneak a peek. Right there, yes. Because I was only seen by one guy and not the other. Damn it. There goes my reflex. And I alerted the guard shack behind me. The guard post over there, they're the ones that are on the radio, most likely. Well, he's not acting like he's on the radio. It might be the guy at the front gate.
You gotta extract him.
Where are your friends?
This one's kind of tricky because I think one of the mission tasks is to grab the car. And I don't have the Fulton for the car yet.
Subject on board.
You can eventually
The rest to us.
Fulton out an entire vehicle. And these containers and tanks
That's the
and
Watson barracks.
guns.
The target is somewhere inside that outpost. The Soviets consider him a traitor now, so he'll be treated like any other prisoner.
Don't fucking spotlight me, you son of a bitch. That's just rude. Shining a light in people's eyes? What the fuck? Who spotted me over here? That guy, okay. I'll watch out for that guy. Over at the front gate here. He didn't hear those shots. I used to try to get through entire missions without
The target is somewhere inside that outpost.
without ordering
Soviets
a
consider him
reload.
traitor now, so he'll be treated like any other prisoner.
And it's just because, like, you have to wait for the reload, you have to wait for the resupply, and I didn't like doing that. Oh, hell yeah. I didn't know that those are non-lethals at the front gate. That's fucking bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
He's coming too.
Hell yeah.
Roger that.
Okay, we got both of you goofballs. Oh, baby! So I've talked to some people from universities, foreign universities, and they said that they would actually prefer the American tertiary education system. Like I said, you know, kindergarten through 8th grade is essentially primary education. High school is secondary education, which is why it's optional. And college or university proper is tertiary education. Whenever they're in that mode, they don't immediately turn around whenever their partner gets shot by a non-silent gun. It's strange. Because they're currently in, like, we're the two guys that have been sent to investigate mode.
He's coming too.
And so since they're in that mode, they still act as if they have not met up and are investigating things together. Those weird little isms that comes from, you know, playing a video game. Video game logic.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Improve my aim and my chance of not getting spotted while from anybody else while I'm shooting this guy. All while calling more people to my location. So there's no guy in that tower. Is there a guy in, on, or around the back gate here?
You gotta extract
Look like it. There's one. Yeah, there's two. Boom, baby. Damn. That was close. So, I've heard from students of other countries that they would actually prefer the American way of doing things, where you are exploring these sort of general education classes and stuff like that, and not entirely focusing on, yes, send me more dudes. Don't call off the alert. Send me more dudes. The more dudes you send me, the less I have to look for you. Challenge test achieved. I don't know what challenge test I achieved. We'll figure out here in a minute.
Where are the others?
So, they say that they would actually prefer to, like, be forced to do all these general education classes because, you know, think about it. In effect, if you are not being forced to do all of these general education classes and pay for all this shit that you don't need, like, nobody's in contentions about that. There's not too many ways that you can make a positive spin on the fact that Americans pay more money than anyone else on the planet for their tertiary education. That you can't spin that into a good thing. It's just, it does not add up. And we also know that it's bullshit. Because we found out, like, you know, during COVID, we found out that administrators were saying that they can't lower tuition. They were blaming the high tuition on the cost of running such a large facility like a college or a university. And then they said that during COVID they can't lower tuition because they're already on such razor-thin margins. It's like, yes, you fucking can. Your costs have gone down. You're not running these facilities. These facilities are shut down. Everybody is doing things remotely. So it's another one of those situations where we knew it was fucking bullshit in the fucking first place, and they were feeding us a line of lies in the fucking first place. And this high cost of tuition is not being passed down to professors. It's not being passed down to, certainly not being passed down to the fucking students. They're not improving these facilities. It's just being stolen by fucking paperwork pushing, you know, administrators and the like. These fucking blood-sucking bastards. But, like, even though we as people, we were all sitting there very skeptical, going, yeah, I don't think that's true. I think that you're fucking blowing smoke up my ass. Even though that's what we suspected the entire time. We didn't have any proof until fucking COVID came out, and they started feeding us a different line of bullshit about why they need their third yacht and second mansion and fucking all this kind of fucking unbelievable horseshit. Because that's what it was all about. It's just, oh, I need more fucking money in my pocket. Fuck you. Anyways, so there's nothing that you can say in regards to, like the amount of money that Americans spend, that cannot be justified. And no, it's just because we might get some extra job preference whenever we're applying for positions internationally that people desire internationally, that they have a lot of applicants internationally looking for these exact positions. Even though that is the case, it does not, the math doesn't add up. You know, it's not worth a multi six-figure fucking tuition. It's not worth it. The math doesn't add up. It's not an investment. It does not pay off. The math just does not fucking add up. I remember in an earlier broadcast how I talked about how Hideo Kojima likes to give you all of the pieces of the puzzle. This is another one of those times. Rat. Give me that rat. That's 2 tasks.
Now that's some lateral thinking. Flawless work. You never cease to amaze, boss.
Damn it, boss. I love you.
Exfiltrate out of the hot zone by chopper or on land.
Kiss me on the mouth, boss. Miller, I...
Spit it out. Where are the others? Hands up. Spit it out. Where are your friends?
You gotta extract him.
So, the 5th mission task is to steal this car. So, I can't do it, right? Because I don't have the Fulton, right? Wrong. I can drive this car out of the mission area. And Snake will paint it in the Diamond Dog's colors with spray paint. And it'll be ours. And it'll be automatically Fultoned out the next time that I return via helicopter. It won't be visible like whenever they Fulton out D-Horse, but it will be implied and it will show up in our inventory, believe it or not.
Alright, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces.
So I actually just did get, more than likely, S-rank all tasks on our first ever try of that mission. Wasn't that great? See? Mission task 5 out of 5.
Amazing. Mission complete.
Bingo! Look at that. That's right. You fucking impressed about me yet?
Has been extremely cooperative. The guys on the R&D team are glad to have him
I can
aboard.
play a video
Thing is,
game.
his specialty isn't mechanics.
Good
Something
enough.
called bionics, engineering based on biology. He's already submitted a proposal for modifying your prosthetic arm. If you're interested, go ahead and give the development order.
That's him. So in a different broadcast, I mentioned that Hideo Kojima likes to give you the clues to kind of put the pieces together. Well, whenever you rescue that guy, as you're dragging him out of there, he starts gabbing on and on about how he's a master bionic engineer, and the people that he was working for, which happened to be Cypher, wanted him to begin working on giant mechanical arms. And he calls that a wind-up toy.
Use that free time wisely.
You see that?
Surveying enemy outposts, for example.
Isn't
Or
that
gathering
neat?
manpower and resources. Of course, even you need some downtime every now and then. Whatever you do,
So
it's
take a
all another
vacation.
step on the road to our goal.
Your vacation is another step in our goal. Let's send Snake on paid leave for 30 days. Goes out to Haiti. has a tropical drink. Never been to Haiti. It sounds tropical. I know that at one point in time it was quite troubled, but it sounds tropical, so who knows? You can just click a button and you can press the left side of the select button if you're on anything else, and then hit return to ACC, return to helicopter. You can do that, and there's a lot of advantages. Not only is it faster, but also at the same time it is it's cheaper, because each time that you deploy the helicopter, it takes a certain amount of gross military product out of your coffers. So like it costs money. So there's no reason to do it this way, which is why I continue to do it this way. It hurts everybody. There's no benefit to this. So that's why I do it. Does that make sense? You taking notes? Sure hope you are. There will be a test later.
Departing.
So these kids from other countries, they claim, from the few, this is anecdotal evidence, so like from the few of them that I have spoken to them, they actually prefer the American way of doing things, because if you are not, then you're essentially being forced to choose essentially a career path, whether or not it involves education. So if your education is focused 100% on your major, so if you are going for an associate's degree, which by the way, an associate's degree is kind of an American thing. It almost doesn't exist overseas. It's very strange. It's like bachelor's degree or bust. Anyway, so if you're going for an associate's degree in nursing, to be a nurse's assistant or some shit like that, then you're training for that for 2 years. But if you're studying that in exclusivity, and then you fucking find out something, and then realize that you don't want to do that, then things change. So I think in an earlier broadcast I might have talked about how a week or two ago I took my grandfather to a heart surgery that he had. He has some sort of a atrial something or the other heart surgery where they took a thingamajig and rammed it through his crotch to get it all the way from hither to thither, and at the end of that process they managed to burn his heart in some kind of a special way that created scar tissue so that electricity didn't go in the wrong place. Whatever. But since they were going to put that catheter and that robot and everything like that, since they were going to be able to put all of that nonsense through his crotch, that was the entrance into his arteries that they were going to use, his nurse had to shave his crotch. So just imagine, for example, that you're a British person, a Britisian. So just imagine that you're a citizen of the United Kingdom, and you have chosen to, at the age of like barely 18, you just graduated their equivalent of high school, and you have chosen to work towards nursing, and you've decided to go towards this sort of associate's degree type of thing, if they even have one of those. So you've decided to spend the next 2 years of your life studying this sort of nursing assistant type thing, and then you hear from, you're listening to this right now, to me right now, And that makes you realize that the lowest man on the totem pole might be the guy that repeatedly has to go and shave the balls of 75-year-old men. You're listening to me tell you about a nurse who had to shave my grandpa's balls so that he could go into a surgery. And suddenly you realize that all of the hoity-toity nonsense that might have been in your head regarding being a nursing assistant, all of that disappears in a puff of smoke, and you realize that, holy shit, I don't want to fucking shave old man balls for the rest of my goddamn life before I retire. That sounds like it sucks. That sounds like it's not the best fucking thing. And so now that you've changed your mind about your chosen career path, what's left up to you? Literally, the thing that's left up to you is to start from the beginning. If you change your mind a year and a half into your 2 years of trying to get this associate's degree or the equivalent in order to be a nursing assistant, and you decide, I don't want to be the lowest man on the totem pole because I don't want to shave old man balls for like until I'm 65 and I get to retire, like if that is the decision that you make, the only choice that you have is to restart, those 2 years all over again, because you're almost exclusively studying your major. That's the way that it supposedly, from what I've heard, works in overseas. So, from the people that I've spoken to, they prefer it the other way around. They prefer it the American way, where your 60% of your time in an associate's degree is spent on general education.
Bring back the U.S. military's new weapon, codenamed Honeybee. The CIA put it in the hands of the Hamid group of Mujahideen, but the Hamid fighters were wiped out. The Honeybee must still be hidden at their base, the fort at Desmasi Laman. Unfortunately, the Soviets are looking for the weapon as well. You have to get to it before they do. Bring it back here. There's a photo of the target on your iDroid. One more thing. Apparently one of the Hamid fighters survived. He's missing, but if you can find him, he might lead us to the target. Good luck, boss.
I love this mission for one reason and one reason alone, because there is not a lot to love about this mission. Look, it's the vehicle that I stole. I didn't get rid of it in the start screen because it didn't load in on time to let me know that it's there. So there it is. I told you that it was going to be folded out off screen. Anyways. Oh, would it be worth it? The extra points from shooting these guys, would it be worth it to shoot these guys? I don't know. I guess so. Who is viewing me over yonder? That guy is. And there goes my reflex, BT dubs.
Where are your friends?
So there's not a lot to enjoy about this mission. It takes fucking 5 ever, and it starts you out on the other side, and it starts you on one of the fucking moons orbiting Jupiter, and then it has you sprint all the way to the fucking 9th planet in our fucking solar system. It's such a large distance. I don't think any other, besides maybe like Blood Money or whatever the hell it is, the one with Kuganga Mine, I don't think any other
He's coming too.
mission that has you go this distance for a requirement. It's fucking ridiculous. And I just realized something. I'm going to have to perform one of the tasks in a very, very difficult way, because I don't have the equipment to make it any easier. All I can do is try again. If I fail to do it, I'm just gonna have to try again. That's my only choice here. We'll get to it when we get to it, what I'm talking about. I'll explain it when we're there. As much as I can. Anyways, so yeah, there's not a lot to like about this mission. It really is kind of a pain in the ass. But, like I said, it takes fucking 5 ever. Speaking of, what were the optional tasks? Head shit from 100 meters, 1 more outpost, eliminated enemy gunship. Okay. I just have a friend named Alex.
Think there's something in there that could lead us to the honeybee?
And my friend named Alex would sometimes play Counter-Strike. And, or at least that's what I remember of him. And, whenever he played Counter-Strike, he would call the shotgun a shit gun. And I've been doing it ever since. Me and him were we're children. And now, 305 years later, with me as a ripe, old, stinky, bald, fat adult, I'm still doing it. That's the legend of my friend Alex, who is different than my brother Alex. They're 2 different people. Anyway, they're trying to interrogate a man with no tongue. By the way, the fact that he has no tongue is part of the story, believe it or not. Like, it's story relevant.
Spit it out.
But like I said, there's not a lot to enjoy about this mission. But one of the things that I do enjoy about this mission is it's the unexpected story relevance. Like, the fact that this Hamid fighter, from this random ass fucking go here, retrieve this, go for mission, the fact that this random ass Hamid survivor has major story implications and relevance, and like, the antagonist of, you know, the entirety of Metal Gear Solid 5 just makes a peak appearance at the end of this fucking mission. Like, all of that is really fucking out of left field. It's... You're just thinking, like, oh my god, you know, like, fucking Miller is making me go here and do this and do all this fucking bullshit, and it has nothing to do with anything. Where's all of the military intrigue and bullshit of, you know, Metal Gear? I thought I was playing a Metal Gear game. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, you get picked up by a gigantic, you know, robot. And people with guns that come out of their hands suddenly show up and make the whole place foggy. It's ridiculous. It fucking comes out of nowhere. One of the mission tasks is to take out these 2 snipers. Well, to kidnap these 2 snipers. So that's one sniper, and there's a sniper on the other end of this bridge here.
Subject on board.
They're probably sending somebody from one side of the bridge to the next through the valley that I went through, but they don't know how to do crack climbing, so not until they're trained by the Diamond Dogs. And even then, they never do it.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Really? Damn. really sucks, but I don't think it's worth it to do a reset. You know what? Before they do anything, there we go. At least now the whole fucking mission is shot. LOL, the base's network is down. You're just gonna have to fight me man to man. Come on, boys. Get out of here. Let's dance. Where you go? Where are you guys? I wish that, you know, I wish that them going on alert would call the helicopter. That would have been really nice. There you are. Come here. Yeah, go ahead. Try to get on the mortar. It'll be fun for me.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
LOL. LOL. Are you fucking kidding me? He fucking killed his friend. What kind of fucking horseshit is that? You're rude, mister. You're gonna get a stern talking to whenever you get back to Mother Base.
Where are the
You
others?
piece of shit.
Hands up. Spit it out. Where are your friends?
And I don't know how you kept hitting my fucking shield. It was on my back.
Speak.
You were sitting there at a mounted machine gun hitting me. Hitting my back. I bestow upon you my highest honor. A seat. Even though your friend killed you, you can still sit there dead-eyed like you're in a PowerPoint presentation given by military commanders.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Cross your fingers that we successfully extract this guy.
A survivor. What do they have meat? Is he mute? He knows about it. This is our chance.
Yeah, but where is it? It's inside that wall. That wall right there? Yes. That's crazy. Thanks, man. Anyway, see you later.
We know the location of the target. It's on your iDroid. Head on over there and retreat it.
Okay. Extraction successful. To a whole hitting somebody in the noggin from 100 meters away. Now I could get a sniffer rifle from one of the snipers that I just got out, but those are lethal sniper rifles, and you know that that is a no-no with me. I don't like lethal things. Whenever people die, that makes me sad face. Alright, there we go. So in the American education system, sometimes classes, whole courses and course materials will be relatively easy to like go from hither to thither, you know. So if you're in the middle of becoming a nursing assistant, you can, you know, suddenly decide to be a dental assistant instead, and a lot of the classes will overlap. There might only be a couple of class difference between a degree from a nursing assistant to a dental assistant, but even from like a nursing assistant to an EMT degree, or
You gotta extract him.
a nursing assistant and a degree in fire science to help you rise a little higher in the ranks of being a firefighter a little bit quicker than everybody else. You know, there might only be a couple class difference, so
Subject on board.
if you like change your mind, then you can change your mind without having to repeat massive amounts of schooling and spend years of your life. So me,
He's coming too.
whenever I first got into full-time college, after I left active duty in March of 2011, I started my summer semester at my local community college, and I don't know whether or not these two chuckle fucks are hard-coded. I don't think that they are, because I've seen them in different locations. So it's not like the C2W mission. Anyways, so, so with me, I began summer semester with the exercise science major. I was majoring in exercise science, and my goal at that point in time was to become a certified strength and conditioning specialist. It had been my goal since long before I even got into the military, because I perceived that all of my success in life really came from the fact that I began exercising. However, the fact of the matter is I could never afford a personal trainer, so I didn't even really know what the hell they did.
Machine gun can cut a man in half. Tread carefully, boss.
I was like, I was going to help others to do something that, like, I did on my own without help. Like, it was kind of a weird feeling, you know? So I also felt like I already knew everything that I needed to know. Like, I exercised, and because I exercised, I gained confidence. I was able to approach many different positions. I was able to do a lot of things. I was able to be of better use for my own family whenever they needed somebody to help them move something healthy, or whenever they wanted to move and they needed help moving something heavy. That was something that I was capable of doing simply because I exercised. I was able to join the military. I had the confidence that I could join the military because I exercised. All of the above. All was because I exercised. So I felt like this is the best way for me to sort of serve the world, is by becoming a certified strength and conditioning specialist, a personal trainer of qualified variety. I'd already trained 2 different people that got into the military, 3 actually, and they all successfully joined the military, every one of them. 4, now that I think about it. I forgot about old Justin, but it took him a long time to pull that trigger, though, to actually join the military. But yeah, like, I had already successfully trained multiple people to join the military, and the people that train you inside the military aren't personal trainers either. So I was kind of lost, and it was kind of a thing, like, even as I was doing it, I was thinking, like, this isn't necessary, you know, right? Like, this isn't, you know, strictly something that needs to happen. And so that kind of conflicted with everything else I was doing. I was still pretty sure that exercise was magical and it led to all the good things in my life. And if I was going to do good things for other people, then I needed to do something involving exercise. But that was essentially the only, like, academic career path that I could really even think of. So that was sort of my thought process. And also, it was sort of why my thought process really didn't work all that well. Like, why I kind of failed to really get into any sort of groove about it. If I had, you know, gone to community college, if I had enrolled in tertiary education before I joined the military, then it would have been a fairly simple and easy thing at that point in time. I would have just easily, you know, found that this could not have come at a better time. This sandstorm is just doing my job for me. Come on, big boy, get a little closer. You can take him down with nothing that's more on fire, believe it or not. Come on. Let's see, just a little, just down a little. Believe it or not, I can take this guy down with nothing but my rifle here. Has nothing to do... I'm saying guy, remember that this does not count as a kill, so... In all technicality, this is not a guy. This is an unmanned vehicle. Come on. Motherfucker. That's why I saved.
Retrieve the honeybee. Its location is on your iDroid.
Well, I went to the safe point after I captured the, after I drained the guard post of guards. Because I knew that he was gonna fucking turncoat and run. The motherfucker. Don't tell me he's fucking gone for good now. He better not be. No, he's just over yonder. And sit there all day and hide from me. There's another guard post. Another guard post without anti-aircraft weaponry that I believe still has one of these thingamajigs. There should be two people here. I'm gonna go to the other guard post. I'm gonna come to his house. I'm gonna take the fight to him. If he stays over there, though, I might not have a choice. Hey, guys. You're gonna stay where you are. Actually, you know what? I gotta get you out of here. I forgot the type of run that I'm doing. Now, normally what you do, now, fucking take notes here. Your guys get their skills leveled up. They become better guys. They become better at doing whatever they do. In a couple of ways. If they go on a couple of missions, then they get a skill increase. But also, they get an entirely separate skill increase if they get damaged. So, that's two entirely separate skill increases. They have to not only go on a couple missions, but they also have to get damaged. So, with that in mind, in order to have very, very skilled guys, it would behoove you to do both. To let them get damaged, and to take them on a couple of missions. This motherfucker is not moving.
Where are your friends?
This damn helicopter over there is not moving. I might be able to get him to move. Might be able to get him to try to fight me mile a mile. Can I hit him while he's hovering there? No, there's no way. I definitely can't hit him with a mortar. I probably can. It's probably possible. Probable, though. The probability is close to 0. Especially since he's too far away. So this right here is the closest I can go to the mission edge. I'll go right up to it. I'm taking the fight to you, motherfucker. You and me are gonna tango. Just like my clone son will say sometime in the future during the events of Metal Gear Solid 1. Fuck helicopters. He doesn't actually say that, but, you know, actions speak louder than words. I think that he really gets across the sentiment. Fuck helicopters. This is a glitch. This is not supposed to happen. I'm not supposed to hover there for all eternity. Come on, man. Chase me. Where you at? Over there. You can try to shoot my back. I've got a shield back there. Chase me, big boy. Come on. You say fucking clear. Yeah, I'm over here now, motherfucker. Come down here. Fight me man to man. Only a fool trusts his life to a weapon. Do you remember me now, helicopter? The feel of battle, the clashing of bone and sinew. This is what I want. This is what I want. You and me. Mano y mano. Don't you dare fucking run away from me. Don't you dare run away from me. Haha! Eat shit! LOL! Holy shit. I fucking crashed pretty close to them. You guys see that shit? That was gnarly. I took out a helicopter. Are you listening to me? What about you guys? Did you see that? I shot down a helicopter. Colonel, what's a Hind D doing at an American military base? Oh, sick. You fucking go find out. That's your job. I've been asking me stupid ass questions all the time. And those are the exact lines from Metal Gear Solid 1. He goes, oh. No, that's not what he said. I don't care if you're entertained. I'm entertained. I can entertain myself all I want. Fact. In light of the name of this run, I'm going to try to get these people out of here. Including down there at that guard post. So I'm probably going to get a fucking horrible rating from taking forever to do this damn mission.
Roger that.
But the next time it'll be easier. Because I'll just use the box teleportation trick to get to whatever. And that's only if I want to. Just in case I don't get an S rank out of this mission. That's the plan. So anyway, the easier of the two tasks to improve your guys, the easier of the two tasks is to have them get injured. Now, you could just shoot them and then, like, kick them in the ribs to knock them out while they're writhing around on the ground. And then throw them in a helicopter because you're going to severely impact the possibility that they're going to survive a Fulton extraction. Or, instead of going through all that gobbledygook, you can just go ahead and, instead of going through all that gobbledygook, you can go ahead and, get them after the skulls pay you a visit. Or vice versa. Because whenever the skulls pay you a visit, they turn everybody into zombies. And you're about to see that in the cutscene. They're going to turn everybody into zombies. And whenever everybody is a zombie, then everybody is considered injured, even though they don't get any special... Like, it doesn't impact your ability to Fulton them out of the area. So, that's the way that this cookie crumbles. So if you want really good men, or at least men that are better than regular men, then the answer is clear. Let them be zombified by the skulls, and then abduct them afterwards. You're going to get really good dudes out of that process. There we go. Made that hard enough. Are you fucking kidding me? He suddenly decreased in height. Did you see that shit? He must have been stepping on something and he stepped off of it. He was defying gravity like that guy who thought he was in the tower in a previous broadcast. That's right. Scream bloody murder. Take everybody in this whole base and bring them closer to my position so that I may shoot them in the face. Pretty please, cheese on top. Feed me more soldiers. Yum, yum, delicious. Especially the motherfuckers that are hiding out in there. So the normal way that I would do this mission is I would knock out everybody, interrogate everybody, and then leave them held up on the ground, which means that I would have to get to the entire area without ever being spotted and having the guards go on alert, which is kind of a pain. But at the end of that process, whenever everybody is zombified, yeah, it makes it a little bit more of a pain in the ass to fight the skulls with a bunch of zombified soldiers also trying to grab at me. But whenever the skulls are gone, their little spell wears off, I guess you could call it. You're way the fuck over there. Soft spotting me. So whenever their spell wears off, everybody defaults to becoming unconscious. And yes, they will eventually wake up, but in the meantime, they're now considered injured if you get them home to Mother Base. And I'm using very, very generalized terms here, and I'm not sure if those are the official terms or not. So, this is kind of just what I've gathered, you know.
Where are your friends?
Okay.
He's coming too. Roger that.
So going back down to going all the way back down to American education, blah blah blah. Sometimes some crazy shit happens because you've been forced against your will to study these general education courses that has nothing to do with anything that you wanted to study. It has nothing to do with your major. It has nothing to do with anything. Sometimes that leads to some crazy shit. You know, all of my whenever I got into started taking college full time in the summer semester of 2011. After I left active duty, this guy's going way out in the middle of fucking nowhere, and I want him to come back. I have no idea why he's going that far.
Where are your friends?
You know, by not by bringing all of these guards to me instead of me going to them, like Snake gets to save up all of these calories that he's not burning by the distance that he's not going, and he's gonna have those calories around for the winter. Like, I'm saving Snake's life here. This is important. This is important work. Are you writing this down? Are you taking notes?
Roger that.
I have a vast repository of useless information, and it's all stuck in my brain. And I'm going to get all of it out before the series is done. 35 years of nonsense. It's going to be injected directly into your brain through the use of the English language.
He's coming too. Roger that.
So sometimes some wild shit happens. Like, I started out with a major in exercise science, and because, like I said, I kind of thought I already knew everything that I need to know already. I wasn't super duper interested in all this kind of horse shit that they were having me teach, especially the stuff that I knew didn't work. Whenever CrossFit got famous, at least partially because
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
partially because Marine Special Forces were getting in Special Forces shape. Whenever your exercise science instructor is telling you that you must take 48 hours in between heavy resistance training, that he's full of shit. So you know that that's not what you did whenever you were in the military. You know that that's not what they did whenever they were in Special Forces. You know that that's not what CrossFitters do. And the cries of "you will injure yourself, you will injure yourself, these exercises will injure you," all of those cries aren't actually met with a high number of injuries, especially in comparison to the very, very badly managed statistics of other exercise programs writ large. How the fuck are you gathering information in the first place from all of the people who do the fucking hashtag home gym, you know? How are you gathering information from people using their Bowflex at home? How are you gathering information from even people who are doing beach body workouts? You know what I mean? Who are sitting there at home with nothing but their P90X DVDs, following whatever the hell Tony Horton is telling them to say. And I've got nothing against Tony Horton. I've done P90X myself, and P90X Plus, and Insanity of the Asylum. I've done all this. That's why I'm talking about it. But how are you gathering data from how many people are being injured doing these DVDs? Because no, you're not. It's not like they're getting injured, then self-reporting it, then like showing up at a hospital where it'll not just be self-reported, but it'll also be like, you know, written down in medical history, and they're writing down the reason that this person is injured as P90X from Beachbody. That's not what's happening. That's not the series of events that's occurring. So even trying to state emphatically that CrossFit definitely injures people, where are you getting that fucking information, bud? How are you comparing one thing to the next? Either way, that sort of shit was absolutely getting in the way of my my education. To me, I was being fed a line of horse shit. It just didn't make any sense. Over and over again, they were telling me stuff that I knew didn't match up with reality. And not just anecdotally, but huge swaths of information special forces, military-wise, all of the above. Like huge data sets with massive numbers of people, millions at a time. And yet they're still telling me a bunch of bullshit that flies in the face of that information. It's pissing me off. So like I said, if I would have went to college before I did all the military and everything, then I would have just bought it, you know, even though at the time I was already being fed conflicting information, and at the time I was gathering these data points that were conflicting to the modern narrative. Even though that was the case, I still would have at least pushed my way through the classes and whatnot to get to the goal. But at the time, it just didn't seem like it was going to be the case. So, in pursuit of that exercise science degree, what really was the straw that broke the camel's back whenever they said that you can't get people who don't want to start exercising to start exercising. The only thing a personal trainer can actually do is our good friend Psycho Mantis. And he's come bearing gifts. The gift of a giant robot instead of a man on fire this time. But, Snake, I'm scared. Please hold me, Snake.
You look well rested, big boss. My, how you've changed. You became a demon for such little weapons as that? Well, I'm sure you'll see the bigger picture eventually.
Kiss me on the mouth, boss.
If you get out of here alive.
Who's shooting? I've cleared this place of soldiers.
I'll see you in hell, boss.
What the hell was that thing? It was huge.
This outpost has been cleared of soldiers. Who the hell was shooting just a minute ago? Now he's gonna show us how they take over the soldiers whenever there's no soldiers to take over. This place has been cleared out. That was one of my other questions. We're really gonna modify this cutscene knowing that there's no one here. Well, the answer is no. I normally like to wait until nighttime because then I can throw on my night vision goggles. Makes them easier to see. Where'd you come from, buddy? Can I fucking summon you out of the ether?
Those skulls are too fast. If you had a holy weapon. Boss, maybe it's time to see what the honeybee can do.
There's one of you. There's another. These are the skulls. They can teleport. You know, I still have people that claim to really be knowledgeable whenever it comes to the Metal Gear lore, and then they'll ask a stupid fucking question like, okay, Skullface literally had you in the hand of Sahelanthropus, and you were completely, you know, helpless against your will and everything. Why didn't he just fucking kill you then? Like they haven't played Metal Gear Solid 4. In Metal Gear Solid 4, Solid Snake and quote-unquote Liquid Ocelot, they have this point in time where they're both essentially, to not really get into the weeds of all this, they're both essentially injecting each other with steroids to continue this fight. It's a nanomachine suppressant / stimulant sort of things, but that's essentially what's happening. And so the two old bastards are, you know, injecting themselves with steroids essentially to continue fighting even in their heavily advanced age. And then there was this point in time whenever they're both fucking exhausted, on their knees, and then they both have their separate, like, steroid needles essentially fall out of their pockets. So they both have this separate thing fall out of their pockets, and they both grab each other's needles and then they stab it into each other's necks. It is fantastic, and it shows you just how much these two men love to hate each other and hate to love each other. It's this beautiful, transcendent moment that is just the most fantastic thing that you'll ever lay your unworthy eyes on. It's so fucking incredible. And, like, and they fucking forget about it. They're sitting there like, oh, I played every fucking Metal Gear game and everything. They fucking forget about it. Why doesn't Skullface just blast Snake right into Facey Face while he's being held up in the air by a giant fucking robot? Because he loves to hate the guy and he hates to love the guy. Solid Snake had to deal with Liquid Ocelot for a couple of fucking years, you know, had to deal with Big Boss for, like, fucking way longer than that. Fucking Skullface. He loves to hate the guy. He hates to love the guy. All of the above. It's like a true villainy, a true rivalry. You can't just fucking pot shot while his back is turned. It's like, it's not that hard to fucking, like, have somebody just tail Snake back to his little cave out in the middle of the Indian Ocean or whatever. And then, you know, go jab him in the neck with a fucking ballpoint pen while he's asleep. Here's the thing. I don't care how big of a badass you think you are. And you might be right. You might be right about being a big badass. You might be the biggest motherfucking badass on the planet. With the most gigantic cock and balls and the biggest fucking guns and all this other kind of shit. You might be the baddest motherfucker that anybody's ever seen here on this motherfucking planet. You still have to sleep sometime. And the smartest people out there, no matter how bad of an ass that they have, they will recognize that fact. They will acknowledge that fact, and they will move forward in their life with the acknowledgement of that fact. Holy shit, that was an S-rank performance? Really? That sucked. There was 2 combat alerts. Alright. That was your S-rank old tasks.
So this unit in the mist, their speed, the way they jump, it's not human. And those deformities.
They attacked the Soviets, too.
And that Grim Reaper look-alike in charge of them. That giant thing that carried him off. What the hell are they?
Cypher.
What do they want? What's their objective? Why my Afghanistan.
That's what we're here to find out. One more thing.
There's one more thing troubling me.
What happened to the Hamid?
Exactly. Whole squads of hardened Mujahideen killed without a fight, and no trace of BC weaponry. What does it all mean?
That's what we're here to find out.
Yeah, right. If we really need to know, the truth will reveal itself. Even if it's ugly.
Especially if it's ugly. Those are the worst hidden truths.
Reconnaissance. Knowing the strength of an enemy force beforehand will help you carry out missions more smoothly. We may also learn something about the skull-faced man. So boss, that brings me to assigning staff to the intel team. There might be guys already assigned to other teams who are more suited to the intel team. Go ahead and reassign them as you see fit.
Oh, here's more of our guys from Ground Zeroes. That's another one.
Remember the guys you brought back from the base in Cuba 9 years ago? Believe it or not, some of them survived that hell we went through. Word reached them that Big Boss is back and they wanted in. They're good men, our brothers in fate. They'll be glad to know you've seen them here.
So this is our second pile of recruits from Ground Zeroes. See, there's Finger. And there's Eye. Did they fucking switch races? Did they fucking switch races? Am I fucking going insane? The Eye was the black dude inside Ground Zeroes. Remember? He had sunglasses on. He was in the tower in that mission, the guard tower, the flight control tower. And the Finger was the white guy. He had one glove on because he has one missing finger. And the Eye has one missing eye, and that's why he wears sunglasses. Remember, the Eye was the black guy? The Finger was the white guy? They fucking switched races. I don't know how they did that, but fucking bravo, I guess. I have no idea. And neither one of them are wearing sunglasses. What the fuck is going on? What kind of oversight is that? That's so fucking strange. Yeah, whenever you port them into Ground Zero or port them into Phantom Pain, just have them switch races. Okay. Don't know why you're asking me to do that, but alright, I guess.
Boss, we've had some new job offers come in. I've selected the ones I'd like you to handle and added them to the list.
Oh, man.
Take a look on your iDroid. The more missions you complete, the more we can expand Mother Base.
See, this is another thing that makes this particularly painful, because you do have things like this, you know. Look, he's still wearing the sunglasses. I was wrong. He's still wearing the sunglasses, and they've mislabeled him as Finger, and this one as Eye. The fuck? He was wearing sunglasses because he was missing an eye. And if you find him fucking prancing around on Mother Base somewhere, this motherfucker, he doesn't have a damn glove on, and neither does this motherfucker. They fucking switched races. The hell is that shit? Anyway, like I said, this is one of the other particularly painful things, because we spent so long getting these goobers from Ground Zero, and I'm about to fucking fire them. And these guys are locked. Unlock, 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 unlock. And the only one we can't fully unlock is Silent Basilisk gear. Who's Silent Basilisk? That's the Hamid. That's the Hamid fighter that we rescued. What? There we go. So these are... We cannot get rid of these guys. Base facilities. We got quite a bit of resources. We can spread it around. You know what? Before I do that, let me start to develop some shit. A10 mics, and immediately all this gobbledygook. But the big thing for me was that made me switch majors in college was whenever I was told that you can't get people who do not want to exercise to start exercising. And I was like, that's like the whole point. Exercise itself, that's the magical thing. That's what changed my life, in my opinion, at the time. But in reality, the reality was a bit different, I think. But that's what I wanted. I wanted to spread the wealth of, you know, exercising. You know, I wanted other people to gain confidence and strength and survivability in emergency situations and all the same. You know, I wanted to spread the wealth of this whole exercising gobbledygook. And then I was being told by all of those in exercise science, the professors that remained, that you can't even get people to start. The only thing that you can do is stand in a spot where they're likely to go whenever they begin exercising and they don't know what they're doing, and then charge them money for your knowledge. And that's not what I fucking wanted to do. All the people that I cared about couldn't get started in the fucking first place, and I didn't know how to bridge that gap. I didn't know how to spread the wealth of this thing that I thought had changed my life so much. So then I switched over to exercise psychology, thinking that that was going to do the trick, and they said the same fucking thing. So then I switched over to regular psychology, thinking that there's something in there that can possibly do the trick. At the same time, I was watching a lot of Biggest Loser, the very first couple of seasons. So I was really getting into this. I was hyper focusing on all this kind of gobbledygook. And so I was watching all of this, and Jill, whatever, so Bob is one trainer, Jill is the other. I can't remember her last name at the moment. I think her name is Jill anyways, but her mother was a psychologist, and every now and again she'd whip her out on the show and have a talk with all these people trying to lose all this weight. And still, once they got off the show, they had a terrible retention rate. These people would gain the weight back on a regularly consistent basis. It was terrible. The recidivism rate was absolutely awful. Very few actually managed to take control of their life. But Jill would whip her mom out and have her, as a psychologist, talk to these people. So I figured that maybe there's something in that can, psychology. You can change their minds, you change their psychology regarding exercise, and maybe they can get some of the benefits that I got from all of this. Maybe that makes sense. Maybe, does that make any sense to you inside your mind? Because it did in my mind at the time. Maybe. And then they said the same fucking thing. They said it was even worse. Because exercise works no matter whether or not you believe in it. If you do push-ups, eventually your body will learn how to do that push-up exercise better. And you will gain not in strength, and not only in strength, but also in technique. And so, and by the way, you can improve the number of push-ups that you do, either with technique or with strength. It's best to do both, right, to get the maximum number of push-ups or whatever. But there is a technique, and your body will learn the technique. It's kind of like, what if I told you that if you sort of use your like calf muscles and a hip thrust, while you're on one leg, you can hop up in the air, and while you're in midair, you can take your other leg and kick it up to head height, and then swing that leg back down, and before it impacts the ground, kick your other leg to head height, and that is a bicycle kick. If I tell you that series of instructions from Taekwondo, now you know the technique. But you're going to have to practice the technique, right?
Enemy fields of movement on your iDroid's map. The higher the team's level, the more accurate and frequent their reports will become. Be sure to take advantage of them.
Damn it. I didn't get rid of the vehicle again. So they're going to deploy it with me. It didn't load in on time to let me know it was there. But it's there. Watch, it's going to be there whenever the helicopter drops me off. But I've told you the series of instructions in order for you to perform a bicycle kick from Taekwondo. However, you're going to have to practice that. Believe it or not, that is both you and your body learning this technique. If you are juggling, if I tell you that juggling does not require you to take one ball and then transfer it to your other hand and then launch the other ball once it gets to your hand up in the air to be caught by your other hand. That is known as cascading. Juggling is where you take, like if you're doing a 3-ball juggle setup, juggling is where you take one ball and throw it up in the air in one hand, and then you take the ball that's in your other hand and you throw it up as well, and then you throw the third ball up in the air as well. And then you just throw balls up in the air towards the receiving hands and keep as occurring. That's actually called cascading. And it's a form of juggling, but it's not juggling. See what I mean? See the car's here. I told you the car's here. Anyways. So if you're going to learn that technique, I just told you that technique. But believe it or not, both you and your body is learning this technique. Muscle memory is sort of more than just a series of words. It's actually this whole thing. It's gray matter in the brain. It's how the brain deals with the rest of the body and the synapses and electrical impulses that we call thoughts. All of these other different things. It's all of this. It's all of this. It's all of the above. And it's kind of buck wild knowing all that, isn't it? Just a little bit, right? So whenever I gave you the instructions to juggle. I gave you the instructions to juggle in a cascading fashion. And I gave you the instructions to do a scissor kick in Taekwondo. And you're going to have to learn all three. So while you are not likely to think of push-ups as a skill that you will learn, the fact of the matter is, it is. And the reason why it takes a while for people to improve on the technique enough
You gotta extract him.
to increase in the number of push-ups that they are able to do is because they can't do too many push-ups without getting tired. Isn't that crazy? So Pavel Satsulin was the personal trainer for Spetsnaz for the longest time, the special forces out there in Russia. And he became kind of a world famous fitness expert. He's the real deal. He knows what the hell he's doing. And so he created a protocol that he likes to call Grace the Groove.
You gotta extract him.
He talked about it I think it was one of his students or some shit like that, talked about it, and they were talking about how one of the students was talking about how like his father was an old Marine, and he wanted to get back to where he was doing 20 pull-ups, and so he said, "Hey, I want to help out my dad. How do I help out my dad? You know, to do this." And so he gives him a set of instructions, and so he relays that information to his dad. And it turns out that his dad would go into his workshop like 1 billion times a day and grab a bunch of tools and tinker on all sorts of nonsense. And his dad, this former Marine, was also still in relatively good shape. And so he was able to do 5 pull-ups all by his lonesome. And Pavel rightly said that at the end of the day, what your dad needs to do is he needs to improve on technique before he begins to improve on strength. The body does both simultaneously. We gave him a program that he, at that point in time, knew as the Grease the Groove program. But in reality, it's called synaptic facilitation. You're helping your synapses facilitate certain movements.
Aim somewhere else, or change to a different weapon.
Hands up. Spit it out. Where are your friends?
So what he did was he told this guy to tell his father to put a pull-up bar in the door jamb on the way to his workshop, since he was going in and out of his workshop several $billion times a day. And he said, you know, tell your dad to put a pull-up bar in the door jamb of his workshop. And each and every time that he walks under that pull-up bar, do the 5 pull-ups that he knows how to do. He's able to easily crank out 5 pull-ups, just not anywhere near the 20 that he used to crank out whenever he was in the Marines. And so he said, okay. And so his dad did exactly that, even though it really didn't make any sense according to like the traditional exercise, you know, advice and everything.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Oh, kick ass.
Where are the others?
So, you know, he had been told that you're not going to build any strength by, you know, doing 5 pull-ups. Hypertrophy range is closer to like 8 to 12, and you're only going to be building cardio muscles for the Krebs cycle if you're doing more than 12 to like 15, and you're not going to be building any muscle. And if you're not building any muscle, then you're not going to be able to do these pull-ups and everything. And even though that kind of flew in the face of everything he learned whenever he was in the Marines, he still listens to them because these are the supposed experts of his time. Remember, like, that's exactly what happened to the American people whenever the original food guide pyramid was first released in like the 1970s or some shit like that. Even though farmers at the time knew that the diet that they were trying to get the American people to eat was the exact same diet that they were feeding their cattle in order to fatten them up. And they were being told that this diet will magically, you know, decrease the weight of Americans. Even though that inherently didn't make any sense, the American people were just sort of forced to pay attention to and listen to the only authorities of that time. Whenever you have a ubiquitous authority that are all simultaneously telling lies, then it becomes much, much more difficult to discern the truth, right? Makes sense? So this was the same thing. He had just stopped listening to his old Marine commanders and stuff like that, and started listening to the modern experts of, you know, exercise science of his time, after the Marines, and as a direct and inevitable result, he lost the ability to do those 20 pull-ups. So anyways, even though this sort of protocol didn't make any damn sense, that every time he goes into his workshop he's going to do 5 piddly pull-ups, and you know that's not the amount of pull-ups that is normally, you know, something that's going to promote hypertrophy and make him stronger, and because he's stronger he's now able to do more pull-ups, blah blah blah, that everybody else is telling him. He decided to do it anyway. This whole Pavel Sasulin guy, he seems that he knows what he's talking about. Let me just give it a try. So he did. So each time that he walked into his workshop, he did his piddly 5 pull-ups, but over the course of a day, he'd be doing like 120 pull-ups or more, just from constantly walking into his workshop. And each time he was underneath that damn pull-up bar, he did 5 pull-ups. And like I said, that muscle memory, that technique, that practice, he was becoming better at doing pull-ups. He was developing techniques that allowed him to do pull-ups easier and easier and easier. Make no mistake, he was simultaneously gaining strength. He might have even been like increasing his muscular hypertrophy as well. That's one of the things that we saw in a lot of these other sort of challenges. The fact of the matter, according at the very least to there was a rather recent Cracked video involving this, with a bunch of personal trainers saying that at the end of the day, exercise science is kind of a new science. It's like brand spanking new. So he said, as a result, you know, you do have all of these, even in the experts, you have all these sort of, you know, weird things where everybody's going to tell you something different. And it is really fucking ridiculous.
Where are the others?
But it's also ubiquitous, and there's also a lot of them, and there's also no real alternatives. So it is the way that it is.
Where are the others?
Hell, even Chubby Emu on
You gotta extract him.
on YouTube, you know, the doctor, whenever he got through all of his medical school and everything, began doing the doctoring thing, whenever he did all of that nonsense, and it was time for him to lose the weight that he had gained through that process, he went ahead and he went and asked a bodybuilder. He didn't ask a fucking other doctor. He didn't ask a physical therapist. He didn't ask a he didn't ask any of these other fucking people. Who he asked instead was a bodybuilder. Because, in his own words, and you can watch his video on this and everything, he said bodybuilders are a walking billboard that what they're doing is working. At the very, very least, you know that what they're doing works. You know it because you can see it with your eyeballs. You can verify with your eyes that they know what the fuck they're talking about, because they look like that. So if you want to look like that, at the very least, they know how to change somebody's body to look like that. And all these other people with fucking magazines or textbooks or clips or fucking whatever, all these other people, they're kind of full of shit. They kind of don't know. They kind of don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And you know that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about because they don't look like that. If they knew how to make a body change, then they would have made a body change. And if they really knew how to do it, they would have started with themselves. It's like I said, with me successfully able to take 3 people and train them to be in the military, 3 or 4. Let me see. David, Joe, Caleb, and Justin. So at 4. With me being able to take 4 people and, you know, train them successfully to be in the military, I kind of already thought that I knew everything that I needed to know on how to get somebody to succeed, you know. That's a Wandering Mother Base soldier, BT dubs. He went that away. There he is.
That's the target. Is that one of our men from 9 years ago? Bring him home, boss.
Is it doing that musical sting for me, or for... Is there other soldiers in the area? You gotta kind of like sneak up on him whenever he's least expecting you. And then if you get in the box, he'll recognize you for you. So here we go. He sees a guy in a box, and he goes, wait a second. The only motherfucker I know that would do some shit like that is Big Boss.
Boss, I knew you were alive. I'm so happy, boss.
One of the guys out on a mission at the time. He's fallen a long way from the glory days. But will he come back to us?
I only have a 90% chance of getting him out of here. I have a 100% chance if I get him on the helicopter. I'm gonna call him the chopper. Also, if you start playing Love Deterrence, Miller's song from Peace Walker, rather from Ground Zeroes, because he never had the chance to actually make it in Peace Walker. Anyways, so...
Great job.
Oh, okay.
Bring him out.
Okay. Shago. So what you just witnessed there was whenever you get too far outside of a side op area, sometimes the game's like, I don't want to continue this charade anymore, and so they just Fulton the target for you. So if you're in a side op area to, for example, get a prisoner out, and you decide to carry the prisoner out by hand, like I was doing with that soldier, then the game itself decides, no, we're not doing this, and just goes ahead and fucking snags the soldier from you, or the prisoner in the example, and Fultons them out for you. And whenever the game Fultons it out for you, it has a 100% chance of success. Whenever you Fulton out the Wandering Mother Base soldier, you only have like whatever. So I have that 90% chance. I had a chance of failure if I tried, but because I tried to get into the chopper, the game said nuh-uh, and it did it for me with a 100% chance of success. So either way, it was a donkey. I ran over a donkey. running them over, it knocks them out. Come on, how many lesser horses can we get? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Where are you?
Damn it. Whatever. So anyway, the end of the story with Pavel Tatsulin and his student and his student's dad. The guy managed to get back into doing 20 pull-ups. It worked. So anyway, so even Chubby Emo went to a bodybuilder, not to a physical therapist, not to a personal trainer. He went to a fucking bodybuilder because he knows that guy, at the very least, knows how to make his body look like that. And human beings are not so ridiculously unique that one person's advice is absolutely guaranteed to not work for another person. At the end of the day, we do know that everybody, even those prone to gain a large amount of fat, we do in fact know that everybody can lose weight because, unfortunately, the Holocaust happened. No fat guys in Auschwitz. I know, it's a bad example, but sometimes we do learn stuff from even tragedies. It might be genuinely very, very difficult for you to lose weight. You might be genetically predisposed towards it, but we do know that it still can happen. So just like myself, I started full-time college in the summer of 2011.
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
To the vehicle. You want somebody to get away with a vehicle. No one gets away. Give me that.
Get down. Talk. Where are the others?
Dude. You put a strap on your gun. You don't even have to...
Where are the others?
It doesn't even have to be an actual, like, strap. You can just put a strap on your gun. If our guns did not come with a strap at Fort Knox, we would make one out of 550 core. If you don't want people to pull the gun off of your body and use it against you, get a retention strap on your gun. Come on, man. Retention holsters are for pussies. You're gonna fucking die. Lanyards are for pussies. You're gonna fucking die. Any of this manly, not manly bullshit, you're gonna fucking die. The only thing that this sort of thinking gets you is an early grave. That's all it gets you. I don't have a retention lanyard because retention lanyards are for pussies. You're gonna fucking die. Someone's gonna take your own fucking gun, use it against you, and then where are you? Without a fucking life. Dead. You don't get to start or stop being a pussy because you are in your grave.
Where are the others?
What I'm ranting about right now is that the only reason I'm able to take these guys' guns away from them is because they don't have a little cord that hooks onto there and somewhere up here that they then hang the gun from, either across their back or across their chest, and by doing so they're able to retain that weapon. I know we've got like this shield that's sort of just floating there on Snake's back.
Where are the others?
But you'll see Quiet has a retention holster. Or it,
Spit it out.
with how hard I just fucking punched that guy, I'm fairly certain that would have been a lethal punch. In real life. Like, and I punched using the bionic arm, you know, so like...
He's coming too. Roger that.
That's a ridiculously hard punch. The guy's jaw would be fucking hanging off of his body by a thread of muscle.
You gotta extract him.
There's a sniper. Man, I don't have any of the normal tricks. I don't have any smoke grenades. I don't have any decoys. I don't have anything that normally makes this easier. I do have magazines though. And in a pinch, I can call in Pequod, and he makes for a pretty good distraction. There you go, bud. Have fun with that. This is a side op. I don't need to make headshots. Take each of you guys one time. Anywhere in your body. And then time will take care of the problem. You can fight these tranquilizers all you want. You will eventually lose. I thought that was a dude. How disappointing. Hey, bud. Fuck snipers.
Where are your friends?
Whenever snipers are on my side, they're awesome. Whenever snipers are on their side, fuck them. Complete horseshit.
Looks like that fall killed him.
You heard him right. The fall killed him, not me.
Speak. Where are your friends?
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Talk. Where are your friends?
Suka.
You gotta extract him.
Can I get this motherfucker before he gets off of the radio? No. But right after he does. See how he had like that, CP had that pause? Whenever you get somebody, like right whenever they get off the phone or the radio, like the game doesn't know what to do because you kind of snagged him too quick. So they know that they're just kind of like playing an animation, and it's two separate animations. It's two separate lines of dialogue. Even though they have like the same general trigger and they're supposed to play one after the other, it is two separate lines of dialogue. So there's sort of a pause in between the first one and the second one because the game kind of doesn't know what to do. It's a fun little thingamajig. Somebody who can reverse engineer code can probably figure out exactly what's going on, but
He's coming too. Roger that.
I don't know. I just work here, man.
You gotta extract him.
Speak.
Yes.
Where are your friends?
He's coming too. Roger that.
There's a diamond in here. See? Yay! Shotgun can do this. Isn't that neat? There's two things. One, I shot this guy, but not in the head. And then he pointed at where the shot came from instead of the guy that got hit.
Where are your friends?
It's just an animation that plays that knows, that lets you know that they have now figured out at the very least where you are, generally speaking. So I guess the game got confused there and had one guy do the animation whenever it was the wrong dude. Then, they were still in like, we're the two guys that are supposed to be investigating this mode, and that made them especially confused. They didn't know what the hell to do. I shouldn't be able to hit this fire, but I can anyway. I know that.
Spit it out. Where are the others?
He's coming too. Roger that.
Not by without using a whatchamacallit, grenade. So, you know, I'm happy. I was wasting time and being neurotic. I quit this. No. Oh no. Don't like things that fuck with my night vision. Come on, man. And well, let me get this back. Shit. Hooray! I'll get that back. Now we're good to go.
Roger.
So, switching to psychology, it was even worse. They said, like, if somebody doesn't believe in psychology, then you literally cannot even help them. Not only can you not get somebody to begin working out, at the very least, exercise has this effect where no matter if you believe in it or not, exercise works, right? You know, and the same thing goes with diet and nutrition. Obviously, again, with that terrible example, but 100% true, no fat people in Auschwitz. So you know at the very least that these things 100% work, whether you fucking believe in them or not. You can say, like, there's no way that I'll ever gain muscle. There's no way that I'll ever be able to do more than one push-up. Or there's no way that I'll ever... You can see these things all the fuck that you want, but if you do them, they're going to work exactly the way that they've worked for all other human beings and all of humankind. You just don't have that definitive evidence that that you're different from everybody else. Now, again, this is generalizing quite a bit because you got shit like if you're like a paraplegic or something like that, and that's the reason why you can't do more than one push-up, because you don't have more than one arm or some shit like that, then things are a little bit different. But you know what I'm talking about here. The fact that there's a lot of people that give up long before that they ever get any real evidence that they have a real reason to give up. They have a solid evidence-backed reason to give up. So exercise at least had this thing going for it. It had this this definitive thing going for it. But psychology didn't even have that. If you tell somebody that daily meditation, just closing your eyes and focusing on your breath for 5 minutes a day, will reduce their depression symptoms, they can, if they don't believe it hard enough, then it won't work. They'll sit there, and you can try to tell them that they're doing it wrong, and you might even be right. You can try to tell them that, like, hey, you're doing it wrong. Shit. That wasn't even the damn thing. I saw that there was a side op in Deshago Calais. I went to the side op in Deshago Calais, and it wasn't even the side op that I hadn't done yet. That one was at the Yakuobo Supply Outpost. How fun. So anyway, so if they don't believe it enough, then they can sit there. There was a point in time with my ex-wife, before she had become my ex-wife. I was telling her about all the benefits of this one particular time management program, And I said, like, hey, you know, just sit down and try it. And, like, if it doesn't fucking work, make you feel better than ever before and even be happier than ever before. It's really, that's the way it's designed. And I haven't heard it from anybody who's done it start to finish that ever has not gotten those results. And so I had her sit down and doing it and do it. And while she was brain dumping out on the paper, she was just writing the words, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Over and over again on the paper. She so violently did not believe in it that she wasn't really actually participating in the exercise. In fact, that's how violent that she was within her belief. There's a battle that certainly needs to be won within the mind before it can ever happen in real life. But at the very least, like I said, with exercise, you had the benefit that it'll work whether you want it to or not. It'll work whether you believe it will or not. You don't have to believe in it. So in this way, psychology writ large was in a way worse than exercise science. So I was at a loss at this point. So at that point in time, my major changed to communication. I just figured that perhaps if I'm a good enough salesman and I can get in front of enough people, then I can sort of proselytize on stage about the benefits of exercise and get more people to start exercising, and thus share the wealth of the benefits that I've gotten from exercise. Perhaps that's the way that I can best serve this world and really actually help people, make a definitive difference in my life. So like I said, one of the biggest things. So here's a little story. As military police who largely focused on gate standing while I was stationed in South Korea at the very least, and it was pretty much the same story whenever it came to my time in Oklahoma as well. Remember, I just had the two duty stations. I was trained in Recruit Training Command, Great Lakes, Chicago, for Navy boot camp, and then for A School, my job training to be a Master at Arms. My A School was in San Antonio, Texas at Lackland Air Force Base. I hear a car. Don't want them to get away. He doesn't necessarily think that I'm an enemy yet, so he's not going to look through his scope. But that is a sniper over there that's heading my way. Kick ass!
Sneak past enemies. He's coming too. Roger that.
Where are your friends?
Fucking really? Damn.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Spit it out.
Wow. I wasn't trying to do that. But that was bananas. I was trying to like drop down behind him and
Subject on board. Leave the rest
trying to
to
drop down behind him and like hold him up or some shit. But instead I dropped on his head like fucking Spider-Man. Man, I really fucked up their whole day by going in the back way. They weren't prepared for this shit at all.
Where are the others?
He's coming too. Roger that.
Come on, boys. What? Really? That sucks. Haha, eat shit. What are you gonna do, punk? Damn. Really thought I was gonna get away with all that shit, but whatever.
Snake?
I took some, you know, I took snipers out with a handgun, shit like that. For a while there, I was doing real good. Man. And then that guy started duck, dive, dip, dodging, and dodge. I'm gonna say dodge twice. That damn vehicle, man. I don't know where it is, but I want it. I don't want them to have it.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Damn. Did it again. Fuck this. He got me while I was reloading. It's a dirty trick. Oh well, I'm having fun. So I changed my... After psychology had failed me, I thought it was going to be the answer. But once I found out that it was not the answer... You know, I was not planning to jump into the window like Spider-Man. That was not my plan. That's how it worked out, but that was not my plan. That was buck wild. Damn. Nothing I can do about it now.
Speak. Where are your friends?
No, you won't.
Heads up. Spit it out. Where are the others?
Reload and crawl along the ground.
Damn, son. I didn't get him. I didn't get a headshot this time, but I fucking got 3 fucking bullets into him before he was able to shoot me. Eating good in the neighborhood now, boys. Yeah.
Where are the others?
He's coming too. Roger that.
Heads up. Talk. Where are your friends?
So I switched over to being a communications major, figuring that at some point in time, perhaps. I thought I got him in time. I did not.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Man, I'm doing bad today.
Boss,
I keep thinking that I'm doing good, and I am not. I'm doing bad. Equip the chicken hat? Why not? Why not? That chicken hat. Yeah. That little thing on my head. It is divided into 3 different tribes. This is Hideo Kojima telling you that you are bad at stealth games. Wowie motherfucking zowie, dude.
On the ground. Spit it out. Where are the others?
Damn, son.
Roger that.
So this is the optional kind of sort of easy mode thing. It'll fuck up your rank if you're in the middle of a mission, but if you're in free roam like I am right now, it doesn't really matter.
Spit it out. Where are your friends?
No pride. I don't have no pride. Damn, son. Another headshot.
Where are the others?
And he got me while I was reloading.
Where are your friends?
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Where are the others?
So
Extract him.
that was my next big thing, was to try to do that. And then that was right around the time that I started running out of post 9/11 GI Bill, but I wasn't all the way out of it yet. So while I was in the middle of that shit, I took a sociology elective course. And it was that course with the magnificent professor, Paula Kelso. It was just some, like, random fucking elective course. And suddenly she was just like, first and foremost, she was teaching me, you know, she was giving me the keys to the castle. She was telling me exactly why things were the way that they were. So in one of the previous broadcasts I mentioned not quite white trash and the history of whiteness. And how they went into like poor people's, they went down south and they took a bunch of poor people and they vaccinated them and gave them shoes. Remember that? Well, that was, of course, you know, as it sounds, it's a fucking sociology thing. And people repeatedly are just like, oh, sociology is not a real science. No, we've got the fucking, we got the science, we got the statistics, we got everything that we fucking need. Whenever we say beyond any, you know, shadow of a doubt that, you know, black people get hired half as often as white people, and that every single time that somebody actually runs the numbers on how much women get paid versus how much men get paid, they'll use these stupid fucking talking points if they're trying to say that the gender pay gap does not exist. They'll say something along the lines of, well, it's not as bad as they're saying it is, which it may or may not be, but
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Then they'll say, well, if you control for the number of hours that men versus women actually work, then everything kind of equals out. But then they don't run the numbers after they fucking say that. Whenever you do run the numbers and adjust for all of these myriad factors, what you find is that, no, it doesn't fucking work. Like, it doesn't equal out. The numbers don't add up. You're just repeating the exact same talking points over and over and over again while refusing to do the actual mathematics involved.
Roger that.
And so, like, there's just this infinite fucking parroting and repeating of old talking points again and again and again. And then they'll say, well, it doesn't matter that there's a gender pay gap because men will often get into the jobs there where the injury rate is higher and it's much more physically demanding and it destroys your body and blah, blah, blah. You know, forget the feminine part of the name feminism and just look at what they're actually preaching, and that's equality for all.
He's coming too. Roger that.
It's like, they don't want, you know, men to get killed in wars at such a high rate either. Why would they? They have both sons and daughters as well. You know, they have children as well. There's no fucking, you know, reason for them to take that sort of stance. And then they'll take a vocal minority and be like, well, look, this fucking, you know, person here, you know, said on Twitter, kill all men, and she also said that she was a feminist, therefore that's how all feminists think. No, it's not. It's fucking exhausting talking to these people. They've got nothing. They repeat the exact same talking points again and again and again and again. They all parrot off of each other, and none of them fucking think for themselves, and none of them even run a back-of-the-envelope calculation, much less actually looking up any data whatsoever. It's a fucking pain in the ass.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Like, I can very, very easily see why there's so many people that just give up on the argument. They just say, like, I'm just not going to fucking talk to those people. It's exhausting to do so, so I'm just not going to talk to those people. Fairly recently, one of the more recent videos as of this recording if not the most recent video as of this recording, that ContraPoints put out on YouTube was about how, you know, some of these people do not need civil discussion, and by hiding behind the idea of civil discussion, they are controlling the conversation. Whereas it's not the way that's not the way that the actual
Roger.
that's not the way that the actual change has gotten made throughout all of human history. Is this sort of civil discussion thing. You just see these people repeatedly run away from any given actual civil discussion, only take part in that which is heavily biased and stuff like that. Even within the video, you got these people with the exact same talking points over and over and over again that just repeat them ad nauseum about J.K. Rowling and her anti-trans viewpoints. And even within ContraPoints' video, she brought up one of Sean's latest videos on YouTube, and it was a similar thing, where Sean had a video on YouTube where he was talking about J.K. Rowling's new friends, and how each and every time that it is brought up that one of her friends that she unapologetically supports did this thing that was really fucking bad, she just blocks that person, ignores that person. You cannot, you know, force her to be on a podcast where she will directly take response to these things. She's actually spotted these comments. She sees them, because or else she wouldn't be able to block you because of it. But she doesn't care. She says, like, you know, oh, this person specifically said fucking kill all trans people or some shit like that. And still, she'll just be like, oh, well, I'm just gonna block you for saying something that I don't like. You're saying something bad about one of my friends. Well, it's something that one of your friends fucking did. It's the truth. It's like, you know that you did that. You are still giving them their support, and this is the reason why we do not support them. It's like this is very clear and it's see-through, but people will continually say, oh, well, all she said was that gender is real. No, she said fucking hours and hours and hours and hours of shit, and you won't watch even a single video that's maybe 2 hours long, or even a half an hour long, about all of the myriad shit that she's done. You won't watch even a single video on that. You'll watch hours and hours of people repeating the same bullshit to you so that you can also parrot those talking points. But you won't watch even a single half hour about the opposing side, right? And so it's this confirmation bias just over and over and over and over again. Either way, so I can see why there's a lot of people that just plain all give up on these people. And whenever it comes to those things, I absolutely agree with ContraPoints. Whenever you've got somebody like that who's obviously, like, she's very clearly seeing these comments and she's engaging with them in the manner of fucking blocking you for saying it, for even asking that question, and shutting down that conversation as soon as she can. Whenever that's her response to the situation, then polite conversations, she's not doing the polite conversation thing. She's not doing the debate me thing. It's not the way that any change is going to happen. It never happened in all of human history, and it's not going to start happening now. You're not going to suddenly convince them otherwise whenever they're doing this kind of bullshit. It's not going to happen. So I absolutely agree with her. So, that being said, moving forward, I can absolutely see why people get exhausted whenever they're dealing with a lot of these people that all they do is just repeat their talking points again and again and again. I continue to make it a point to actually engage with these people and, you know, show them definitively that they're wrong. Doesn't mean that they're going to let go of the sunk cost fallacy, same as, you know, ContraPoints brought up in her latest video as of this broadcast. But it's still, like I said, it's not, you know, I can see why people wouldn't, but I still do, and it's not often very effective.
Yeah.
Shit's done. LOL.
You see that in the movies?
Slapping the trigger.
That's an automatic. Don't bother trying to dampen the recoil. You do that with a revolver. We Diamond Dogs are now a force to be reckoned with. We've got the world's attention. We're not some tribal militia. So don't act like one. You will learn how a real soldier fights. You will forget everything Hollywood taught you. And if I catch you doing something else, you'll know. Engravings give you no tactical advantage whatsoever. There was some fancy shooting. Pretty good.
Fucking stole the guy's gun. He never gave it back. It's still in his hand. If you get close enough to them, then they'll salute you, and that raises their collective morale. Whenever you pull into the command platform here, whenever you pull into this platform, usually there's 4 soldiers saluting you right here, and the only way to break them out of that animation is to bump into them. And once you bump into them, they'll salute you. And once they salute you, it raises the staff morale. If staff morale falls too low, you get 1 staff morale cutscene about it, but also eventually they'll start to leave Diamond Dogs and join somebody else. Go back to Africa or Afghanistan or wherever. So all this hard work of fultoning these guys out, it'll all be for nothing.
Gaining altitude.
I know you're screaming at me to do something right now, but just remember, the medical platform hasn't been built yet, so I can't do that thing that I know that you're yelling at me to do. Those in the know. If you know, you know. If you don't worry about it. We'll get there when we get there. So, sociology is in fact a real science. It's got all the data and everything like that with it. So, we know, for example, that black people, for no fucking reason, get hired at half the rate of non-black people. That much was, at the very least, proven within the Freakonomics with Stephen Dubner and his partner. And so you can read that if you don't believe it or whatever. So if you're not reticent to that particular factoid, there's a way for you to actually verify it on your own. And so we've got that's where it turns into science, is whenever you use actual statistics and figures and facts and case studies and stuff like that. That's whenever it gets into science. It's still a soft science because it's not something like if you add an electrolyte to a solution of simple H2O, and you put it in an airtight container containing at least 2 outlets, then you can break it into 2 H's in an H and O combination known as Brown's gas. That sort of thing, that's hard science. You can verify this all on your own. You can do the experiment, you know.
Meeting at Calais. The mission is to eliminate all 3. How you do it is up to you, boss. Good luck. I've set the target's anticipated travel routes and the meeting location to your map.
Damn it.
Take a look.
Still haven't got rid of the vehicle. But yes, it's a soft science. It's not a hard science, but it is in fact a fucking science. And everybody who says that it's not, they don't have a shred of evidence. And they refuse to engage, right? So I try to engage with these people. And like I said, during the small amount of times where these people actually do take notice, and it starts a domino that begins to fall down into that certain direction. Whenever that occurs, I remember it every time. It is incredibly rare, but whenever that occurs, I remember it every time. So I still consider it worth it to engage with these people. I haven't just given up on all opposing opinions to mine. So, an example of this, whenever I was young and had a much less, involved sort of sense of humor, whenever I was younger and I had a cruder sense of humor, I used to think that that Maddox at xmission.com was the funniest motherfucker alive. I thought he was so hilarious. I was like, I want to be just like him. I tried to write like him. I tried to act like him. And for bad times for everybody. But that's the way that I thought and I felt at the time. What the fuck? There it is. Couldn't recognize it because I'd already busted up the electric box here. This diamond right here is only here in this mission. So, so I used to think that Maddox was the funniest fucking dude, but after I started taking sociology classes and the like, whenever he would talk about certain topics, I would refute him on a public forum. So he would often talk about these topics on a public forum. He would go on Facebook or something like that, and he would state emphatically that the wage gap is a myth, or something like that. And then he would run the numbers, and instead of women get 75 cents per dollar that a man gets, instead they get 83 cents. Therefore, it doesn't exist. And I would point out to him that you're not arguing that well, it does exist, but now it's 17 cents less than a man makes, and that's the only numbers that you've got. I'd point out to him these inaccuracies. And while he didn't fucking say like, oh my god, you're my hero, you fucking changed my mind and everything, Matthew Roger Motley, you're the fucking greatest fucking human being alive. That's not what he fucking said to me. That's not anything that he fucking said to me, But eventually he did, go from all the way far right to all the way left now. And people hate him because he, and he managed to alienate his initial audience. And he went woke and now he's gone broke. But still, he's a human being. He's doing shit. He's doing whatever. And he's no longer making erroneous claims like that can be proven even with his own mathematics. You know, he's on the right side of history, I guess, and he's doing something different. He's not just repeating the same talking points over and over again, which is what they do in the alt-right. They just chant these things as if they're spells, as if saying it enough times it's going to make it true. It's just not. So, it is what it is. So I remember each and every time somebody is just like, oh, okay, I get it. You know, I remember each and every time that happens. And you never know. Because, like I said, it's not like Maddox stopped in his tracks and was just like, holy shit, you've opened my mind. I'm now going to be, you know, I'm gonna switch from alt-right views to the far left. But I do remember, I do know whenever he did make that switch. I do remember that, you know. And I feel as if, even if I'm not the fucking primary catalyst, that I was at least one of the voices that made this change. I don't have to be the guy, you know. I don't have to be the fucking hero. I don't have to be the guy that made all the difference. I can, in fact, just be one of the shouting voices that eventually changed his mind. You know, that's all I want. That's all I care about. And that's all that anybody, you know, really should care about. So, like, in 2012, during Coney 2012, I took part in the Cover the Night thing, and I'm proud of myself for that. I'm proud of myself for being part of the Cover the Night thing. I also wasn't the hero inside the United States Navy. I didn't change the United States Navy forever by being there and doing everything. That's not what I fucking did. I wasn't the hero. I'm proud enough to be a sailor. And I didn't fucking do anything right, really, whenever I was in Army Senior Reserve Officer Training Corps. And I hardly made any friends from that whole fucking process. But still, you know, I went through it and I'm proud of what I did. I don't have to pretend to be anything better than what I was, nor do I have to, you know, downplay it either. You know, I'm proud of what I did. And maybe I did help somebody. Maybe I didn't fucking make a blip. But I did what I did, right? So with this, it's something that I still I still remember each and every one of these, you know, little itty bitty pieces here. Each and every time that I feel as if I've made a difference, I remember it, and it's worth it. It's like I said before, I'm going to die at some point in time. Everybody is. So I might as well die trying. I'm either going to get to the goal, I'm either going to accomplish my dream, or I'm going to die trying. Those are my only two options. Those are all of anybody's options. And whenever they choose to give up ahead of their time, it's not very good, right? It doesn't feel good. It doesn't do anything. It's just easier. And what happens whenever things are too easy or your skill level is too high? Remember from Dr. Jihai Csikszentmihalyi's book Flow, The Psychology of Personal Experience? If your skill level is too high or something is too easy or both, what happens is that as a result of that, you get bored. And people are so allergic to being bored that they will, in fact, shock themselves 255 times within the span of like a half an hour or whatever. The worst feeling in the world, according to the reactions that human beings have. The worst feeling in the world, according to human beings' actions speaking louder than words, is boredom. It's the one thing that you want to avoid more than anything. Based on your actions. Based on the human reactions to boredom. And also, you see how his indicator was still red?
There, that's the target.
His indicator was still red because he planned on attacking me. If I let him, he was going to fucking try to stab me.
First target extracted. Good. Now for the other two. You gotta extract him. Where are you? Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. Target extracted. Only one left.
Come on over here.
He's coming too.
You've got nothing overhead. Nothing preventing extraction. You get held up so that you never wake up.
Where are the others?
And then stay there while I rescue these prisoners. Clear out the rest of this town.
Where are your friends?
So...
You gotta extract him.
good thing it wasn't face down the river here. They will eventually drown. It's weird. I'm just so concerned about possibly being shot that they forget to breathe, I guess. They drown. Shallow waters. Strangest thing in the world.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Guy's a fucking last dude.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Hands up. Spit it out.
I'm watching, I'm not gonna get it because it's gonna get lost in transit. No, I had a 100% chance to. It's weird. Yeah. 7 is gonna be these prisoners. Damn. I was really hoping to interrupt them. Like I said, each time that you interrupt them, like the next guy takes the radio, and then the next guy, the next guy. You can like literally take out a whole town that way. It's incredible. Somebody nearby. You are not hit, you big baby. He was close enough to that fucking light bulb I shot, and now he's fucking exaggerating. Damn it. Nobody's gonna pick that up. Oh, somebody did. Weird.
He's coming too. Roger that.
So anyway, like I said, I can understand why some people just fucking give up speaking to those with opposing viewpoints. I can understand that. It's just that, like I said, I'm either going to succeed or I'm going to die trying. And giving up before your time, like, it doesn't serve anybody at all. You might as well. I know that there's people that will, you know, try to choose what rock that they're going to die on, but at the end of the day, like, there's a lot of these issues that are genuinely worth fighting for.
He's coming too. Roger that.
And one person can really make all the difference. Like I've said before, you know, with John Jendai, for example. So John Jendai teaches you in a very short, you know, YouTube video how to make an entire 200 square foot home in 10 hours. And he does it with nothing but mud bricks that he makes out of mud and rice husks. So you can make it out of mud and grass, mud and whatever. It doesn't have to be rice husks. And to the mortar in between the bricks is just more fucking mud and rice husks. And so you can do the exact same thing. Mud and grass, mud and whatever. You've got everything that you require. What the fuck was that? It's fucking 2 centimeters from my nostrils and suddenly realizes I'm there, but also doesn't get held up. It's strange.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. He's coming too. Roger that.
Hello.
Where are the others?
Okay.
You gotta extract him.
Come on, damn. What is this, by the way? It looks like they put the fire under here and the thing right there, but I would think that would produce too much smoke in this little area. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's why they never put windows in their windows. I don't know. Let's go here. I'll be right back. This is on my mission task list. I don't need a better reason.
Roger.
So, I can understand why other people might give up. I just think that it's something that's worth fighting for. It may seem simple, it may seem ridiculous to get into like a tiny little argument about this whenever it's literally just like your fucking political view versus somebody else's or something like this, but whenever there's statistics and facts and everything like that involved, I do think that it's absolutely worth it. Being part of a sea of voices that are simply chanting the exact same phrases over and over and over again, like, there's so many of them. And what happens at the end of this process? Terrible tragedies. That's what. Not only do people give up on things like life and love and liberty, but sometimes they'll give up their lives. There's a YouTube channel called the Alt-Right Playbook, and it just goes from one, you know, basic, like, logical fallacy, essentially, and another. The whataboutism, the everything, the counter arguments that just get, you know, that get repeated ad nauseum. And in it, I think it's either his channel or, you know, the general consensus at a bare minimum, where they say, like, is it any wonder that people go MGTOW? Is it any wonder that people give up? Is it any wonder that people, you know, go full nihilistic? And is it any wonder that people will decide to become an accelerationist and say, like, you know, there's no reason to try anymore. There's no reason to do anything anymore. There's no reason, like, just give up and then go and shoot a bunch of people because they will think something like, you know, like, Western civilization has fallen. Like, there's no reason to do anything anymore, so I might as well take as many of these bastards out as possible before I die. And so they'll give up their lives. They'll kill other people and stuff like this. So while that's relatively rare, if you prevent even one of these tragedies, is that not worth doing for the ounce of your time spent arguing with somebody online whenever they've got one of these devastatingly, you know, terrible belief systems where they're not using anything that could even be misconstrued as scientific and the like? Is that not worth your time? Damn it.
This is Roger. Returning to target marker.
Follow me. I'm out of Fultons and I don't feel like waiting for them. Plus, at least I know that you'll actually get extracted. Otherwise, I only have a 90% chance of success.
This is Pequot. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Now, one thing that I began talking about earlier.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
What the fuck was that?
Roger. Roger.
What the fuck is going on? I've never had this glitch here. Don't understand what the hell is happening at all. And there's our guy with... There's our other passed out guy. Put him down while I'm waiting for Pequod to get back from his little vacation. And I'll go ahead and get D-Horse out of the way, I guess. So he can land. Alright. Sit, stay, thank you. I'll put you back on my back. Fucking strange. I've never encountered this glitch. This is weird. But I began to tell a story about how, like, whenever I was, in particular, whenever I was in South Korea, but indeed even whenever I was in Oklahoma later on, for my 2 duty stations, I went to boot camp in Great Lakes, Chicago, RTC Great Lakes, and I went to A school at Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas. And then I was stationed in Chennai Naval Base in South Korea, and then I was stationed in afterwards I was stationed in Tinker Air Force Base in Oklahoma. So those were my 2 duty stations.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
That was weird. It didn't consider him extracted until I left the target area. Did you see that? Glitches upon glitches upon glitches. It's fucking strange. Whatever. That's your S-rank all tasks.
Remember what the commanders were talking about? It seems you've been doing your job just a little too well, boss. The
Thank you.
Soviets have begun reinforcing the 40th Army's units in Afghanistan, sending in more men and new equipment. While things haven't exactly been easy for us up till now, they're about to get even tougher. You've probably gotten used to operating in Afghanistan, but therein lies the danger. You can't let your guard down, boss.
So what they're saying is that soldiers are going to start wearing helmets.
More staff from each of the
They're going to
teams
start
are active in
wearing
the area of
gas
operations
masks.
now. That means some will be wounded this time around. You can check on the platform's progress by selecting base facilities under the iDroid's Mother Base menu.
So the so whenever I was stationed, just about everywhere that I was stationed while I was active duty, I essentially did gate standing. So I just stood at a gate somewhere and I checked people's IDs, and I let them in if they had a proper ID, and I didn't let them in if I didn't have the proper ID. This series of tasks became so insanely monotonous at times. People would come in every day, the same people, day in and day out, over and over and over again, and they would come in every day, do the same shit every day, say the same shit every day. It was like interacting with NPCs. It was like being in Skyrim or some shit where everybody has the same schedule. They go to the same things. They come back to the same barracks room. It was exhausting again and again and again, and it never fucking ended. It started to feel like fucking Groundhog Day, without any fucking word of a lie here. The fuck do you mean? Question mark. Is he one of the guys that gets lost on one of these missions? And I have to go pick him up? I think I do. I think he is. Anyways. So, just seeing these people come in and out of the fucking base every day, saying the same fucking things, doing it at the same time of day, doing it, they're all wearing the same uniform, for God's sakes. Everybody is doing the same shit again and again and again, day in, day out, day in, day out. It starts to fucking feel like Groundhog Day. You know how you forget your drive to work after you've done it a couple times? That's your brain saving on space. It has a limited amount of memory. It has a limited amount of gigabytes of data that can be put up there. And I know that it's like terabytes of data that's inside your brain, but it's still a limited amount. And so it considers your drive to work to be unnecessary information, so it stops recording it at some point in time. Well, that would happen to me, except it wouldn't be the drive to work. It would be a month of my life. Without any exaggeration, every now and again I would be like, what month is it? My life would be slipping away. I would blink and be a month older than I was before. Like this stuff was scary. It was scary how monotonous things were. And you had no idea whether or not you made a lick of difference doing anything. You were so far apart from anything that could possibly even be considered, even for a heartbeat, to be, like, helpful. Like, were you helping people? Were you not helping people? Were you keeping the peace? Were you not keeping the peace? All you did was made sure that somebody had a piece of plastic with their fucking name on it and their picture. That was their ID. And then you let them in base. Nobody even tried to come into base if they didn't have their proper ID. There's very few people who did. And so, were you making any difference? Were you preventing crime? You sure as fuck weren't fighting crime. You were just, even though you were military police, you were doing fuck all fucking day. You're the bouncer to a fucking military base. You're the mall cop to this fucking particular place. And it was just like, it was insane. It was insane just fucking doing the same shit again and again and again. Waking up and it's like a fucking month later, you're forgetting whole, giant fucking gaps of your memory in your life. Like, one of these days you're just gonna wake up and you're dead. You'll fucking wake up dead because you were alive before you went to sleep. It's fucking absolutely ridiculous. Like, how the hell, like that's... There's no way to even describe that to people. It's like my life was going away. I was scared. So of course in an environment like that I'm going to assume that there has to be something else out there. There has to be some sort of difference that I can make out there in the world. And so I was trying to study everything under the sun in order to do so, and thankfully, well, maybe not so fortunately, I came across some slick marketers who, convinced me that I could be an information product marketer, that I could take the knowledge that I had in my brain that helped multiple people get into the military, and I could spread that around as prolifically as possible in order to try to get that knowledge into as many heads as possible and charge money as a result. So 4 people, I was able to successfully lead 4 people through workout programs that allowed them to join the United States military. I was able to do that for 4 human beings at this point in time. If I could take the knowledge and information that I gave to those 4 human beings, and I could put it in a book or something like that and get it into as many hands as possible, couldn't I also make that big of a difference and support the United States military in a much more tangible way? That's what I had been convinced that I could do. Another person that doesn't get held up even whenever they're 3 meters away. Glitches galore, man. Got the glitch jackpot going on over here.
Spit it out. Where are the others? You gotta extract him. subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
So,
Where are the others?
this was the environment that I was subjected to, I guess, while I was in the military, active duty at the very least. And so, and that was the difference that I had been convinced by these people that I could make. In the meantime, the only reason that I was going to college at all, because I had been convinced that I already knew what I needed to know. And I did help for people to get into the military, so obviously I knew something, right? I got myself in the military. That's something that people want to do. They want to go into the military. They require help to be in the military. It seems like all the different pieces of this puzzle was there for me to put together. And I had been convinced by these slick marketers that that's precisely what I could do. And they could teach me how to do it. So that's where most of my paycheck was going. And that's the way that, that's how what most of my time was spent doing. Was going through all of the various courses and materials and reading the books that they were producing. That was with them trying to convince me that this is precisely what I could do. This is the difference that I could make in my life. And the only reason that I was going to college at all was because the post 9/11 GI Bill was offering me money to do it. Otherwise, I would have devoted myself full-time to the task of attempting to become this information product marketer thing that they were convincing me that I should do. In the meantime, college was literally a way to pay the bills. Now, this does not reduce my enjoyment of college. I still loved to do it, but I was fighting for the chance to possibly, make a difference in my life, make a difference in the world. And in case you do not fully grasp how prolific this desire is to make this difference in the world, here's the anecdotal from my own life and what was echoed from the sentiments of many, many other people that I knew. So while I was in South Korea, we had Operation Full Eagle, Ulchi Freedom Guardian. We had these two operations that would take place once per year each. And in one of them, we had decided to do a base defense drill. And so whenever all of these people would come for their 1 weekend a month, they would do that, somewhere close by to where they were living, right? But whenever they came for their 2 weeks a year, you've seen the commercial. Oh, come join the Army Reserve, come join the Navy Reserve, come join the Air National Guard, blah, blah, blah. Come do your 1 weekend a month and your 2 weeks a year, and we'll give you all these benefits. Now, that is true. It is 1 weekend a month, it's 2 weeks a year, but during those 2 weeks a year, they would often go to an actual military base, and sometimes they would go to ours. So twice a year, we get this influx of reservists. So for this particular year, for this particular half-yearly event, this particular time, the powers that be had decided that we were going to do a base defense drill. And a base defense drill, according to them, was that we were going to pretend that the entirety of the Korean War had essentially been revived top to bottom. And they had pushed the American forces all the way down to where we were. And so, essentially, with very little in the way between
Shenhe Navy Base and the ocean. We were basically the last defense. So we were to bunker down and defend Shenhe Navy Base with our very lives. While, of course, the more important people probably got onto a helicopter on the helipad on base and fucked off, you know. Give our lives, they could fuck off and give theirs somewhere else. Anyways, so that was the thing. That was the scenario that we were to simulate. So as part of that scenario, there was many things that we did. We set up lots of sandbags in places. We made little, you know, reinforcements to the regular base defenses here, there, and everywhere. We put all these, you know, mounted machine guns here, there, and everywhere. The same ones that we've been running across in this exact game. Probably a different gun, though. They probably have a Papushka or something like that, and we had M60s at the time. But, you know, we put in these gun emplacements, we did all this shit. But one of the things that we did was we were taught how to make, we were taught how to make a foxhole. So how to dig a foxhole, what it looked like whenever you were done with it, blah blah blah. And we'd never fucking dug a foxhole a day in our lives. Like that was, you know, something else. So we learned through our little PowerPoint presentation how to do this. And then they decided that they weren't going to fucking help us do this. Now, CVs and Master at Arms happen to be sort of on opposite ends of the spectrum, and we at many times were sort of rivals, so it was kind of justified what was done and everything. But they decided not to help us. That was about the end of the story. They gave us the pickaxes and the shovels in order to dig all these foxholes. So these humongous 6-foot deep holes would be dug, and they would be shaped painstakingly into the shape of a foxhole. And so there'd be like these slopes that would come down towards the bottommost portion of the foxhole. And even then, there would be this tiny little trench-like thing that would be dug in the middle that would also be sloped in a certain direction, so that if anybody throws a grenade within the foxhole, the two platforms that the sailors at this, you know, in this particular case, the two platforms that the sailors would be perched upon, they could simply take from these platforms and, you know, kick the grenade behind them, and it would roll into the grenade sump, which would go a little ways into the dirt itself, stopping all of the shrapnel from a fragmentation grenade from ever doing any harm to all of those involved. And so, like, it wasn't just, you know, the simplicity of digging a large hole. It was this whole nightmare. Is that my guy? Is that my guy with the question mark? Is this the unlucky dog? Is he an unlucky diamond dog? Is that the point behind this? Because I don't know. You fucking tell me. It looks like it. Looks like that's Sean Jiang or whatever. He looks like our question mark man. Let me confirm. Jing Tan. Yep, I think that's why he's got a question mark, is because he's here. That's my guess anyway. Our unlucky dog, we just got our fucking intel agent back.
Where are the others? Okay, subject is in.
Intel agent 1 at least. There's another one over yonder.
He's coming too.
And they never tell you either. Like, nobody points in the direction of this. You kind of have to go scope them out yourself. Maybe it's not here. There's 3 cells. One that we got him out of. And there's one over here as well. Huh. That's strange. Where would he be then? I don't have D-Dog.
This is important. We've reports of a crack sniper at large in the Afghan wilderness. The Soviets call this sniper Tiki. Quiet. There are never any sightings, and only corpses are left behind. The Soviets have already lost a number of officers.
There's one of the guy in the cage, okay.
Best watch your step.
She's up at the Abu Shaf ruins or whatever. That'd be mission number 11.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
It's unlucky dog too. So everybody was out there. Everybody under a certain rank was out there trying to help us out with this bullshit. We were digging these super deep holes, and Korea is largely a bunch of fucking mountains. So in the process of digging these 6-foot deep holes and painstakingly shaping them in all of the myriad ways that I just described, and we were supposed to do like 12 or like 15 of them, something fucking ridiculous like that, and doing all of this bullshit, with everybody like chipping in on this ridiculous task. And like I just said, South Korea is mainly mountains, so a lot of times we were digging into rock, into nothing but rock. We broke 15 pickaxes while we were in the process of doing all of this. So that was the way that this particular cookie was crumbling. It was bananas. It was crazy shit. Well, everybody else was absolutely miserable. Everybody was absolutely. Everybody was like, "Why the fuck are we doing this?" They were trying to figure out if they have any like admirals on their fucking, Facebook friends list that they could complain to or something, so that, our commander couldn't fucking pull some bullshit like this ever again. Like, it was a big, it was a large amount of nonsense. Nobody wanted to do it. But us, Master at Arms, we were all, to a man, beaming ear to ear. We all just loved this whole digging a hole thing. That whole thing, we were just so happy. And the reason why we were so insanely happy was because at the end of the day, we were finally definitively making a difference. These foxholes were going to be here after we were gone. We were making a definitive difference at Chenhae Navy Base. These foxholes would be, there for our children's children. the people who came by, you know,
He's coming too.
years
Roger that.
and decades after we left, they could use these foxholes as well in case these events actually did occur. It could come from an area of simulation to one of something definitive. There was so much about this process that we just loved. We knew that we actually fucking finally made a difference. It was something different. And the biggest, saddest thing, whenever I moved to South Korea in 2013, I still had a military ID from my time in the active drilling reserves. So I went ahead and met up with an old friend of mine who happened to be an old co-worker that I first met in San Antonio Naval Base, and San Antonio during Master at Arms A School at Lackland Air Force Base, but then met again whenever he was stationed to Chenhae Naval Base. And that man that I re-met that man happened to be Warwick. He popped in during one of our earlier sleeping with a helmet on. I wake up with a headache. Those helmets, they kind of press on your forehead. I swear they give you a headache. So, I met up with him in Korea. He had married somebody in Korea. And eventually, him and her, they made 3 kids, 4 kids. They procreated. They had a spattering of kids. They had a litter. But anyways. So, he was there in Korea. Because, you know, his wife was visiting family. So he was moving back to Korea temporarily. And I was there in Korea for possibly even a permanent move, since it was so much cheaper than East Alton, Illinois, where I had lived before. Man, how the fuck does he know there's damage to an installation? He's not out there looking at it. If he was out here looking at the damage to an installation, then he'd be staring at it. He'd have his nose inches from it. You'd be discovering this in real time. I think my mistake was taking out the video, because I don't think that they checked the radio. But they checked the power. They come in and they investigate it, and they eventually conclude that it is damaged. And then they report that to CP.
Speak. Where are your friends?
So I met up with my good friend and fellow and previous co-worker in Korea. We went to Chenhae together, where we used to be stationed, where he met his wife. We caught up, we talked, we had good old time. And since I still had base access, I went ahead and I escorted him out onto our old base, and we talked to some of the Master at Arms that were there. And, you know, as part of that process, we discovered that that while our foxholes that we had dug during that drill, while those foxholes were fantastic for the time that they were, we had done our jobs and everything like that. During the rest of the year, outside of this one drill, they were a hazard. They were a massive hazard, and they were not just a hazard to the military personnel, but many people would come multiple times a year sometimes to honor the dead, honor their dead relatives on the base. 6-foot deep potholes were not just a hazard for the military personnel on base, they were a hazard for these innocent civilians on base. So with dump trucks, with backhoes, with bulldozers, people came in and they filled in our foxholes. And we could have gone the rest of our lives without ever hearing that, thinking that we had made a definitive difference and made permanent installations on Chinhae Naval Base in South Korea. This is how desperate that we are. My generation, how desperate I was. This is the desperation of trying to make a definitive, discernible difference. And I still am. That's where I still am. So I came from, once I began running out of college money, I joined Army SROTC because Navy SROTC was way too far away from me. So I just switched branches without a care in the world. And then I got my bachelor's degree, and
we've established a sick bay on the new medical platform. Staff who come back with wounds, diseases, or PTSD can be treated there. If we need any other platforms, feel free to issue the construction order from your iDroid.
so, you know, I got my bachelor's degree. I finished all requirements to be an officer. So, according to the United States Army, I was qualified to be an officer. They just rejected me for mental health reasons. So they refused to commission me. That was it. I did my part. I passed all of my requirements. I did everything that I was supposed to do. I was qualified to be an officer according to them. And I never thought that I was going to be that important. I never thought that I was going to be that, you know, whatever. Oh shit. Stun arm blueprint. So it's at Sirach Power Plant. Let me show you something real quick. It's going to be real quick, I promise. So, we've gotten a couple of clues here, right? The game has told us that there's a sniper named Quiet, and he or she is like out and about somewhere, and we got to watch out for her. And then, you know, we haven't received anything else. No other clues. So, shortly before this, you might remember me using the box teleportation trick to go from hither to thither, right?
I might have used the box teleportation trick to go from where I was to the Afghan central base or the Sirach power plant. You witnessed that occurring in a previous broadcast. You saw me teleporting from one place to the next to the next. And now the game is trying to lure me towards the Sirach power plant with the side op. It's just a random side op. Has nothing to do with anything. It's not even something that a lot of people would know what the hell it was. And certainly, you know, nothing that they even consider to be anything at all, you know? But there it is. So, why would I ride a horse or drive a car or certainly not walk all the way through all of this to get there? Especially if I've already got the whole box teleportation thing, right? Right? So, let's follow that line of logic to its logical conclusion here. Damn it. I was going to get that damn sheep real quick, but apparently I wasn't going fast enough. So, okay, like I said, I don't have to do all this bullshit. I'll just do the box teleportation trick, and I'll get from hither to thither, lickety split. Let's go down to the delivery point. You know we both know that I got the invoice for a Sirach power plant, because we've got the master invoice certification or whatever. We've got everything that we need. Let's go ahead and teleport in a box. Look at this. We can teleport to Waxens. We can teleport to Marhate, Shago Clay. We can teleport to all of these places. Huh. And we should be able to teleport there. But instead it's just giving us an error noise. What's that all about, dear viewer? What's this all about? What's that all about? How come I can teleport everywhere else, but I can't teleport to these two places? You know, let's go ahead and teleport elsewhere. Anywhere but those two places, right? How come they won't let us do our little box teleportation trick to those two places, and we only get that restriction now? We never had that restriction before. We're only suddenly getting that restriction now. What's that all about? It's fairly simple and easy to figure out. Here is where we have our boss fight with Quiet. That's where Mission 11 is going to take place. Is right there. And that is the only reason. Eventually, if we ignore this side op here, eventually it'll go away temporarily, and the game will lure us through this. It'll lure us through this with a story significant side op. Because this is also where we're supposed to go to start mission number 12, which is where we come across Huey, who was responsible for the death of Mother Base that we built in Peace Walker, and how he took down the entirety of Mother Base and everything during Ground Zeroes. So if we ignore this, eventually it'll get replaced with the side op to Mission 12, and then they'll lure us there that way. Either way, they still won't let us do our box teleportation trick to get here. And they won't tell us why. It's all because they want us to fight quiet right there. Right there. Right there. It's funny, they don't even try to, you know, whenever the game does railroad you, they don't even try to explain it. It's the weirdest fucking thing in the world. It's like, you can't. Why not? Because you can't. Why not? Because you can't. Why not? Because you can't. That's why. Because I said so. So I just wanted to show you that real quick. Because as soon as you go into the Abu Shataf ruins or whatever, that triggers the boss fight with Quiet and mission number 11, which is the boss fight with Quiet. Either way, it is what it is. But yeah, my confidence was definitely raised following, you know, being told unequivocally that I am indeed worthy of being an officer in the military. You know, I knew that sort of as a normal sort of, you know, question and response sort of thing. I knew that abstractly speaking, right? I knew that I could, in all technicality, become an officer in the military once I got that bachelor's degree. But I never even thought I would get that far, much less anything else. They kept stretching the limits of what I thought I could do over and over and over again, and I was gaining more and more confidence into doing this. So whenever I was denied a commission, regardless of doing everything that I was supposed to do, whenever I had done everything on my side of the contract and they didn't hold up their side of the contract, this is whenever it was definitive that I didn't do anything wrong here. And that's what the contract states, that's what their conclusion states. They have no evidence whatsoever at that point in time that I had anything wrong with me in any way, shape, or form. And sure, it was a good guess, and it was a correct guess. But at the time, they didn't know shit. They didn't know that there was anything wrong with me at all. And so they just fucking denied me a commission on the suspicion that I might be mentally ill. Like I said, great guess. I happened to be very mentally ill. But they didn't know that. They had no clue. This is our new platform, by the way. This is our new side up. Bingo, bingo, bongo. So, that's whenever I knew at that point in time that I hadn't done something wrong, that I had held up my end of the bargain, and they didn't hold up theirs. It was the first time that was like written down on paper, so to speak, that my capabilities was really no longer a matter of opinion. Like, now I had in black and white that I was capable of not just being in the military, not just being in a second branch of the military, but even an officer in said military. You know, the important people, the people that you salute, the people that you stop and have to listen to, the people that, no matter how high up they are in ranks and stuff like that, as long as they're enlisted, they still have to stop and listen to you, you know? All because you had a bachelor's degree. I would have known that all that I required was a bachelor's degree to be an officer. I would have known that abstractly, but after the whole experience in SROTC, things were a little different. Things are a little different here and now as well. But before I press this button, let me draw your attention to something. That's where that is.
Thank you for letting me join Diamond Dogs. I'll give you everything I've got.
Yeah, you'll go home where you're gonna be safe. Doesn't look like there's a room or anything like it, is there?
Boss, thanks for saving that cute little puppy. Train with me, boss. How about it?
Right? And we're just gonna get onto this little catwalk, so to speak, right? So let's test this hypothesis. Let's open that door, and we should get on that catwalk.
You need supplies, right?
Should just open up, and we should see the catwalk on the other side, right? That's all that should happen whenever I press this button. Are we all in agreement here? Let's see what happens. Not that, right? What I'm saying is that this room should not exist, given all of the knowledge that we just, you know, put ourselves through. This room shouldn't exist. A developer oversight, do you think? Or something deeper?
Snake?
Boss, that's right. It's her. What about the bomb?
We were able to remove the explosives. Both of them.
Bomb!
No, it's okay.
There's another in my...
It's all right, we got it out.
There's another in my...
The guided tour will be wrapped up by the time you get home.
Make me proud.
By the time they leave, I'll have the IAEA praising us as the poster boys for world peace. Out.
Something's not right. Check her again. Boss?
You throwing that with her pants on? That's a weird choice.
Bomb! There's...
It's all right, we got it out.
There's another in my...
It's okay. The other bomb, we managed it.
Kind of looks like the guy in front of him took the brunt of that blast, right? I mean, how'd the shrapnel
She
get
hit the
caught in
water
his head?
hard, but somehow she managed to survive. Anyway, the shock triggered some kind of amnesia.
Snake? Where is Professor Galvez?
You mean?
Yeah, she still thinks it's 1974. She's got no memory of anything before that either. Cypher, the KGB, nothing.
It looks to be a kind of dissociative disorder. Dissociative amnesia, where memories are blocked out to protect the mind, and dissociative identity disorder, where whole personality changes. What we're seeing seems to be a combination of the two. She truly believes she's nothing more than a student living in 1974.
Peace Day was a lot of fun. I hope we can do it again.
She doesn't respond to anything that conflicts with her internal timeline. Doctor's pretty sure she's not faking it. If she had her memory, just think what she could tell us about Cypher. The photo is from that guy you brought back the other day. From the old crew. I thought it might jog her memory, but no luck. Anything else you can show her?
Do you have something to show me, Snake?
I give up. She's all yours.
Why don't you unpop your collar there, Miller? We're not a bunch of animals.
Got something to show me, Snake? This photo. It is from the other day, right? I like it a lot. I look kind of silly, but it's got a peaceful feel to it. Peace Day was a lot of fun. Everyone cheered at the end, even though I missed a few high notes. We should have more events like that, Snake. My head, it hurts.
The photo just kind of disappears. This is Professor Galvez's book. Or should I say, it's a doorknob. There's that thing that we saw on the catwalk. And it's not like it's been transported here. If I jump back off...
My stomach.
If I jump back off and everything, I could show you on the catwalk, this peace symbol is here. You ever tried to read something in a dream?
The real me. I am...
You ever tried to read something in a dream and the text is all messed up? Maybe even backwards? Remember that Snake here is an unreliable narrator. He's got a piece of shrapnel that is literally pressing on his optic nerve. That piece of shrapnel sticking out of his head, the other end of it is on his brain. He's been heavily injured. He could very easily suffer from hallucinations. Quite often. Like whenever we were in the hospital and got injured and his blood turned blue for a moment until it finally faded back to red, remember? Now, let's go with what we know. We know that the catwalk outside of this room that should not exist, that catwalk it's there. This room shouldn't exist. And we listened to that whole diary of hers, how she said that Peace Day never happened, but she had to sabotage Zeke and fight Big Boss before Peace Day ever even came around. That she had been slated to sing, but she never did. So how could she, miss a couple of high notes whenever it never happened? Can you have dissociative identity disorder and post-traumatic stress disorder and also remember an event that never occurred all at the same time? Does that seem plausible to you? And with text being backwards, just in this one room, it doesn't really seem like a developer's oversight. Why would they lie to us within Ground Zeroes? But they would, if they lied to us in Ground Zeroes, they would have to lie again and again and again in so many different ways that took so much effort and time, The effort to go through her diaries and have her state emphatically that Peace Day never came, that she never did sing, so she couldn't have missed a couple of high notes as she just spoke. And then for Skullface to, on his recording, to lie as well, because he was inquiring about the bomb that was put in her stomach, and then another one somewhere else, somewhere he would never look. And the soldier he was talking to said that he had removed some of her organs that she's not going to need in order to fit the bomb inside of her. That she could only live for 24 hours following that recording. Which was the same as the time limit on her bomb that was inside of her. Yet here she is, 9 years later, laying in front of us. Occam's razor would suggest that with all this evidence piled up on one end of the scales, and what we're seeing at the moment, it seems that gigantic pile of evidence that we had before suggesting that she couldn't possibly be here, it seems to outweigh what we are currently experiencing. Let's keep that in mind. I can only give you so many clues. I could give you the answer outright, but I don't want to insult your intelligence.
Roger.
I'm sure that you've already pieced it together and figured things out. If you don't know, if you didn't just look up the answer, then I'm sure you will understand what's happening here.
This is P-Quad, on station at LZ.
After I was refused a commission from Army Senior Reserve Officer Training Corps, I knew that I had done everything right, and they knew that as well, and they reflected that as well in their paperwork and everything. I had definitive proof that this time I had done everything right, and it was them that was in the wrong. And while they were spot on about those mental illnesses, and it's wonderful that I have gone forth from there, that I've gotten treatment and such. I wouldn't trade that treatment for the world. It's not for being an Army officer or for anything. That treatment was life-saving in too many ways to count. With all of that being said and done, with all that being said and dealt with, that's the little thing, and I can't land anywhere near it. Only on this side of the ruins. You know, later on there's going to be a bear in here. There's a bear in here, and it is a way to get from here to there. And out of raw, unbridled curiosity, I'm going to see if I can get from here to there. But I'll finish up on my thoughts first, as much as I possibly can. Knowing all of that, I now had all of the evidence that was required for me to learn that my potential was indeed unlimited at this point. The limiting factors of my mental illnesses were also plain to see. I could not be an Army officer. They said so. Could I be in the Army? Yes, that was one of the options that they presented to me. They said, we'll take you in the Army as an E6 on the enlisted side, and in 1 year, your debts to SROTC will be completely paid off, and you'll be paid the entire time. Like, this is at no cost to you. So that was something that they offered me. There's a piece of foliage in the Africa map that's in between you and the Ngumba industrial zone, and it doesn't, for whatever reason, it does not keep you from going there, but it does keep you from going there very quickly, in, on, and around the mission that involves that place. And also there's a piece of foliage that's in front of the Ngumba industrial zone itself that prevents you from going back and seeing the Nzoia Badiavulu, the Devil's House, inside Africa. And I'm wondering if there's going to be something similar here, that even that's the oddest thing in the whole world. I've never seen this. This developer way to prevent me from going up there. Just plant an entire crashed
entire crashed gunship right in front of the cracks to crack climb up there. The whole gunship. That's how they're gonna force me to go face quiet. This is so fucking strange. It's like a custom model too. This is so weird. I've never seen this. This is how they're gonna force me into the ruins to fight quiet. It's by putting this entire helicopter right in front of the cracks for crack climbing. That's the weirdest thing in the whole fucking world. Look at this. Look at this utter nonsense. Someone had to program this. Somebody had to make this whole model hook, line, and sinker. Like it's not from the first mission. This is not the same. This is not the same one from the intro. This isn't the one that Psycho Mantis took a hold of and sliced a bunch of soldiers in a lobby to bits. This is a brand new thing. Somebody had to fucking like make this. Somebody had to make this entire 3D model and insert it here just to keep me from going up that crack and scooting on past the ruins. That's so weird. The weirdest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen that. Anyways. That's so strange. That's so unbelievably strange. Anyway. After all that was said and done, my year of daily therapy, I think it was I know it was the R&D platform. So I don't just think it was my my doctors that got me to look at the overwhelming amount of evidence that at this point in time I really hadn't done anything wrong, and there wasn't a shred of evidence that I did, and that I had done everything in my power and thus qualified to be an officer, to be one of those important people. And that everything about them, everything about what they were and what they are, everything about them, they were just people. And the only thing that separated me from them was not intelligence or any of these sort of hidden assets that I'd always told myself my whole life. That all of them, I could be one of them. I was gonna do this target practice real quick, and I forgot how much of an unbelievable fucking pain in the ass it is. There's no way that I'm gonna do this right from memory on my first try. But here you go, I guess. So, It was them that convinced me that the only thing that kept me from being one of them was medical school. And the only thing that kept me from medical school was the requirements to get into medical school. And the only thing that, you know, kept me from doing the requirements to get into medical school was nothing. There wasn't anything that kept me from going to medical school or from doing the requirements so that I could go to medical school. Because at the end of the day, they were just undergraduate courses. And if I had done it during the course of my undergraduate degree, then this would be a non-issue. We wouldn't be talking about it. It would already be done and over with. So it was definitely them that showed me that this is not, they're not smart, they don't have a superpower, they weren't exposed to radioactivity, and that's what gave them the super strength and super smarts and intelligence and whatnot that allowed them to become medical professionals, that I could do much the same. And so the deal that was offered to me, that the military would let me continue to serve, but just not in the capacity of a basic officer. That if I came back with a master's degree in psychology, then they would let me be a social worker, and they would even pay me to get that master's degree in psychology, if I so wished. They would help me in that goal. The only thing that I could not be was something that I never even really wanted to be, a basic officer. So all of that showed to me that the offer that they gave was incredibly generous, and it was more than I could ever have asked for.
Welcome back, boss.
And they said if I came back with a doctorate in psychology, then they would take me back in as a military psychologist. And like I said, all of that was more than I could have ever thought. As a trailer trash kid from Fidelity, Illinois, telling me that one day I'd have the chance. And they said, like, if I got a master's degree in psychology, they would help me get a doctorate in psychology. They would pay me money. They would pay for the classes, and they would pay me money in order to make that transition from master's degree to doctorate in psychology, just to pull me back in as a military psychologist without a problem in the world. No hard feelings. Mental illnesses be damned. That was what they offered me. At that point in time, knowing that beyond any shadow of a doubt, there was nothing at all that was keeping me from hither to thither. Other than time, and worse yet, time in classes, time in school, being in school, doing what I loved, which was to be in school, doing what I never thought I was going to have the chance to do in all my life, doing what I spent 4 years of my life earning the right to do. To just be in tertiary education, to take school in the first place. Well, if you ask me, that's a pretty fucking good deal. So you may disagree with me on that,
But that's a better deal than I could have ever asked for in all of my days on Earth. In all my life, I could never have asked for a deal that's that spectacular.
They're strong enough. Could make for a nice shortcut.
And at that point in time, with absolutely infinite potential being proven right in front of me, with the help of the United States military, a military that has never lost a war, and the wind at my back and everything, it was time for me to set sail. And I looked at all of this, and I said, you know what? I don't want to be a social worker. They never helped me. I don't want to be a psychologist. They never helped me. I don't want to be these things. What I want is to make a difference. And what really made a difference was being diagnosed and treated for my illnesses the diagnosis and treatment of my illnesses. And I didn't think that my antidepressants were going to work. Whenever I was meditating 4 hours a day just to feel a smidge of happiness somewhere lurking in my body. Of course, I didn't think that 2 little white pills were going to work. And by God, they did work. So this was something that worked even whenever I didn't believe in it. And doctor was a thing that I could be that had like law enforcement behind it and stuff like that. This was real power to really make a difference. I wanted to help people my entire life, and this was a definitive, proven way to do so. Proven. So, the life that I live today is more than I ever could have asked for. The opportunities that I've been given, the joy and going to school and learning about these new things, it's more than I could ever ask for. And every now and again, there'll be these unnecessary things, these general electives, these general education things that have nothing to do with what I want to do or what I think I need to know.
Thanks for saving that puppy.
So in that case, in those days, on those times, I'll look harder, and a lot of times I'll find yet another incredible and amazing thing that completely transforms everything in my life. With sociology, I got the keys to the world. Exactly who was taking
the power away, why I was suffering, and how that injustice had nothing to do with anything. Who was taking the power, who was, you know, grabbing, you know, the power away from everybody else. Who was doing this? Why was the people that I care about the most, why were they suffering? And how to help? Who could help them? How could they get help? All of that was through sociology. I never would have thought, not in a million years, that that would be something that helps. Anyways, with all that in mind, I'm gonna close down this this broadcast. And I'll look up a video or two of how to do this.
So why did the boss's old organization get taken out? Just because the U.S. didn't like having a threat like that on its doorstep?
You hear all kinds of stories. But from what Commander Miller says, there's more to it than that. We had this feud with an American covert intelligence agency called Cypher. During the Peace Walker incident, the boss built a merc outfit that fought alongside the Sandinistas. An army without a country. By mercs, for mercs. Something no government openly reigns. Cypher wanted their military muscle, but the boss said no.
So they moved on the Caribbean-based massacre.
I hear ya.
I'll go ahead and shut down this broadcast. Look up a couple videos on how to do this particular range. I always forget. And then once all that's said and done, I'll go to bed. Got some chores to do. And once those are said and done, drift off into peaceful slumber. If you look up, you know, John Jandai's video on how to make a mud brick house in 10 hours, if you can make that in 10 hours, 200 square feet, then that means in 100 hours you can make 2,000 square feet and get something that any American would be jealous of, with very few exceptions, in terms of size at the very least. Or if that's something that you can do in that amount of time, then that means that with another 100 hours, you can do it again. That's 2.5 months of full-time work to get a house that you would pay, you know, $100,000 or more for. Is that how much that you're making a month right now? And whenever a person wants all this money, what are they going to do with it? They're going to buy a house, right? So whenever it's that simple and easy and quick to make a house, if you can make one house, you can make two. And if you can make two, then you can keep somebody out of poverty. You can give somebody the time off that is required for them to go to one of these therapeutic places, these free clinics, these free therapy places, so that they can get the therapy that I got, and that maybe even you got. They'll have the time to do so because they won't be working all the time. They'll have all of these different things, and it'll be because of you. All because you played in mud for a little while, you know?
Something in there.
Probably just keeping tabs on the government. I've seen them watching us too. Don't let them catch you slacking off.
Ain't that the truth?
They're talking about our foray into Paz's room a minute ago. They consider that area under construction. I wonder why. But if you can build one house, you can build two houses. If you can build two houses, then you can house someone else. You can keep them out of poverty. You can keep them from starving to death. You can keep them from selling their own body to make the bills, to make the rent. You can keep them out of abusive relationships. Make no mistake, you can save their lives. And all by doing what? By playing them around in the mud a little bit. This isn't a motivational speech. These are facts. You can make a house, and you can do it in 10 hours. And you can look up that video on exactly how. And once you do, and if you can make one house, you can make two. If you can make two, you can make three. If you can make three, you can make four. Soon enough, you can save your whole family, or at least give them the option to do so. Always remember that you can lead a horse to water, but you can never make them drink. So if you built a separate house for each and every family member, at the very least, they'll be there for when and if, God forbid, they ever need one. And in the meantime, you can make plenty of money renting out self-storage in those houses, or, you know, throwing them up on Airbnb. It's whatever you want to do. And then perhaps you can learn how to farm and grow your own food, stuff like that. Save up some money from that Airbnb and stuff like that to, you know, buy more land or buy some solar panels. Stop paying that bill. Dig your own septic. Whatever you want to, really. It's all up to you. It's your world. And it was built for you. So it's up to you to do with it what you please. One person really can make all the difference. You don't have to believe me. I've given you the tools and options to go prove it to yourself. Yes, you can just make a house with mud. And then, with that, you can make two, or three, or more. I'll talk to you next time.